for now. So for the afternoon session, Professor Jung Hung-ju is gonna talk about the relationship between insurance premium and risk management.
Hello, everyone. Today I'm presenting my working paper titled, "Can your insurance premium be reduced if your risk gets lower?" Focusing on low-end practice in Europe and Korea amid digitalization. I appreciate my friend's support of Mr. Hee-Jong Jeon, Freddy Schnitzler, and Vincenzo Senator in Germany or in Italy. Okay, let me give you an initial question to understand what I'm doing here more clearly. If you are a university professor or student, which grade system would you prefer? Simple pass-fail system or more sophisticated ABCDF system? Or also there are simple ABCDF system or A+, A0, A-, like and so on system. Which one do you prefer and why? What do you need in order to conduct a more sophisticated grade system? What could be issues with the system? Simply speaking, pass-fail system is simple and not so motivating and sometimes unfair to some degree to some class of people. But no need to have much data or accuracy. While ABCDF system or complicated or sophisticated system is fair to some degree, and also motivating people as well as stress, and complicated, needing more data and accuracy. So my point is, with digitalization or the data economy, more ABC system will be available, or should be available in the society or in economics, because we have more data and accurate analysis system, although it's complicated. What I'm showing you today is the kind of change of the market or the law and practice in Europe and in Korea. My research background is as follows. There is a positive relationship between risk and premium. If the risk increases, or if risk gets higher, premium should be increases. And there is a gap between law and technology and the law and practice. And there is increasing necessity to protect the financial consumers. And there is an international difference in law and practice and adoption speed. My research methodology, based on research review, literature review, comparative review, or case study. Results are simple. The law changes more slowly than technology, but into the financial consumer direction. And competition or the technology innovation or innovation makes insurance market more innovative, diverse, and technology dependent. My research focused only on Europe and Korea due to my time limit and the information limit. The takeaways are as follows. Traditionally, there are only few risk groups in insurance, private insurance market for some reason, or probably for simplicity or solidarity culture in most countries. So there are two groups or three groups in risk classes: standard group, major group, or normal group, and the substandard or superstandard group. The law and practice have allowed premium increase more than premium reduction. So it means there is an asymmetrical treatment of risk changes. Some countries have more diverse risk classification than the other countries due to competition or technology innovation. But overall, digitalization allows for premium changes and following risk change in more flexible way and contributing to efficiency gain of the insurance market. This is the basic structure of the risk factors, risk level, and premium rate. According to the wealth level, age level, the accident experience, or the car usage, or the where you live, and your education level, so reflected in the risk level, in overall rating, and then premium rate in insurance market. But there is a difference between theory and law and practice. In theory, according to the change of risk, there should be free change in either way, from normal to high, high to normal, normal to low, and low to normal, and low to super high, high, and from high to low. So in theory, it should be flexible to change in either direction. But in law and practice, according to my research, there is an impossible change. For instance, there is no change allowed from normal to super standard. It's not possible. And from high risk to low risk, it's not also allowed. But according to with the digitalization and with more data, it should be possible from normal to risk, normal to low, or high to low. Let me give you a little example how to decrease the risk. Okay. Of course, there is a simple or ordinary change of risk in increasing direction as the new age, as people get older or people get poorer, increases risk can be increased. Okay? But in case of risk reduction in long-term insurance, you may see some wealth changes or income changes, job changes in good or better direction. You may feel or experience the risk decrease. Then premium should decrease. But in reality, it's not possible. Digitalization provides human beings some benefit, efficiency and effectiveness gain, or more inclusion of the people to enjoy the financial system who previously have not been included. But there are little concern or the problems of digitalization in terms of fairness and the regulation. In terms of fairness, we may note the low income class or the high risk group, which are normally belonging to high risk group, okay, may be facing much higher risk or classified in much higher class and required to pay much higher price or cost due to the severe or more segmented risk classification. This is an issue of the digitalization, little issues related to fairness problem. Let me briefly introduce the international difference in underwriting insurance. When we compare European or simply Asian countries with the Anglo-Saxon or USA or UK countries, in European or the Asian countries, there are fewer risk classification system than UK or USA. So let's say there are A, B, and F classification in Europe or in Asia, while USA and UK have A, B, C, D, and F classification system. in life insurance due to more competition or technology adoption. So this trend is found in Germany and Italy. And actually, Germany is more conservative than Italy. And there is a change. Okay, let me show you this slide. So according to the analysis survey 2014, 95% of German insured are covered by normal risk class. And the rest 5 are the substandard or the high risk group. So there are 2 classes of classification, normal class and high risk class in Germany. Okay. So this is, we may say A class 95%, the B class 5%, and the other one should be F like that. And Italy is more flexible. So there is no specific classification, but there is in Italian civil law, it's more generalized than the German insurance law in terms of classification, number of classification. But the recent new European Union law, which is called Principle of European Insurance Contract Law, there is a generalization of the risk change in either accepting changes in either direction, from high to low, high to normal, on opposite direction as well. In Korea, similar to German system. So in commercial law, number 647 specify or allow only changes from high risk to normal risk, not anymore. So it's not allowed to change from normal risk to low risk. Okay. So there is only allowance for special risk to normal class. Okay. But this kind of restriction was handpicked by a National Assemblyman in 2019. There is a draft to change the law, amend this law, but he failed due to the objection in insurance industry and his failure to be re-elected. So this is a kind of pending situation to amend the law or to generalize to the change of the law. And in academic society in Korea, there is a support for the generalization of the risk changes and the rate changes in either direction. And also in financial supervision system, there was a new initiative, the practical. So this is not law, but the practice. So few insurance companies promoted by or they supported by the regulator to provide discount for the normal people to get into the low risk group if they provide some evidence of checkup report. This is kind of new direction changes to motivate the people to be more healthy and to get more discount owing to the digitalization. But this more classification, they bring the fairness issue to the market. As is often the case with the high risk group, they may belong to poor income or low income class. So this little case study shows us the impact or effect or the potential benefit or the issues of the digitalization, the insurance underwriting system. So my point is, as the digitalization is going on, we need to classify the people or risk level in a more diverse way, but we have to take care of the high risk, which now belongs to, or in the future, very high risk class. Anyway, we can find an opportunity for more sophisticated risk classification due to the competition, more competition, and the technological innovation. Okay. That's it for my presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you for Professor Zhang for the presentation. If you have any questions, actually, Professor Zhang will join us shortly after his lectures. So if you have any questions, you can actually ask him later. We're still waiting for the first presenter. So meanwhile, we're waiting for her to sign in. Sorry for the confusion, but delay, and while we are waiting for her to sign in, we can just play another a presentation video by Moonin Huang. So Moonin Huang, Professor Moonin Huang is going to talk about institutional consideration for improving for soundness of insurance companies in terms of Korean market.
Hello everyone. Thank you for giving me a chance to present my topic. My topic is institutional consideration for improving the soundness of insurance companies in Korea. I focus on international model using health grades and insurance premium differentiation. My topic have the following contents. The recent increase in life expectancy has drawn special attention to healthcare. In public insurance, as well as insurance in the private sector, the calculation of insurance premiums based on the amount of medical use related to an individual's health level in common, and discounts or premiums are rapidly developing along with the development of fintech. Various health incentives are provided according to the vitality of the insured. Many services have been introduced. In spite of development of the healthcare industry, the financial supervision structure does not deviate from the frame of the past. Considering this reality, this paper builds a proper model for insurance products that reflect health grades and health scores within the scope of supervisory authority regulations, and measures to improve the soundness of insurance companies in the future. Therefore, this study aims to examine the institutional aspect of Korean supervisory authority, overseeing the soundness of insurance companies in two ways in relation to health grades and health scores. First, the solvency system RBC and IAIS insurance core principles. Second, the current financial supervision regulations and financial supervision regulatory measures such as risk assessment and application system. Therefore, in this study, the health supervision measures of insurance companies are limited to whether they are suitable for selling insurance products using health grades and health scores. This is to compare the credit risk internal model methodologies and the suitability verification method of banks to check whether they are suitable for level of approval of supervisory authority and to check whether there are any unreasonable points in continuous selling products. Looking at previous study related to health grades, you empirically analyzed that health age based on information from various biomarkers. Kang used health age to predict individual health. Pierre Leoni introduced a system that can estimate the health age of people. Hyuk-sung Kwon applied the credit rating calculation model of the bank to make use of health rating and health scores. Now, overview financial supervision regulations. First, Financial Supervision Act related to insurance company internal model. Financial Supervision Act include limit regulations such as credit extension limits and investment limits, and the general regulation to enhance asset soundness such as asset quality classification system and loan loss provision system, solvency capacity ratio, timely corrective measures, and management status evaluation system. And prudential regulation related to health ratings is to determine how much the solvency ratio can be improved through sound risk management of insurance companies. Next, management status assessment. The Financial Supervisory Authority has been using the KARMI method since 2012 as a means of monitoring soundness, and then switched to the risk-based management evaluation system of RAS. The risk-based management evaluation system is divided into 7 evaluation categories: business management risk, insurance risk, interest rate risk, investment risk, liquidity risk, capital adequacy, and profitability. Next, calculation structure of solvency ratio. RBC calculates the amount of risk inherent in insurance companies and allows them to hold capital corresponding to the risk. The calculation structure of the solvency ratio is as follows. Required capital related to health ratings. Required capital is measured by various risks, and the correlation coefficient between risks is as follows. Let's get example. Insurance business behavior using health grades. The company G prepared objective indicators based on statistical analysis of health status while developing insurance products using health grades. For this purpose, medical examination records and medical usage records were customized and commercialized to be used as a platform to improve health and connect with financial rewards. Looking at flowchart for calculating health grade. The health rating calculation model developed a regression analysis-based system, similar to credit rating model for credit risk assessment of banks. The objective indicators such as health grade and health score were calculated, and the health grade could be updated monthly. Let's look into health rating calculation methodology. The scope of health accidents. The scope of health accident was defined as death due to disease. The cause of death were various. Health level was defined as the probability that the relevant health accident occurs within a certain period of time, and the variables affecting the occurrence of health accidents means physical characteristics, urine test, blood test, past medical history, questionnaire on the KCD. A logistic regression model was used to build the model, and the results obtained from statistics were graded by probability of non-occurrence of health accidents. The rating model used in the credit rating model was applied according to the same age group and gender, to be subdivided into risk groups. Classification according to health score was standardized by age group, and both male and female models were classified into 9 grades. In order to classify health grades, the health scores standardized by age group are divided into 5-point intervals, so that data within each grade zone is sufficient and difference in the incidence of health accidents between grade zones can be clearly seen. There are many considerations of building a rating model. First, comparison between bank credit rating system and rating model. Retail exposures must be identified, and the segmentation system requires must be met. The results of statistical credit approval model or credit rating model are directly integrated into the segmentation process. It should be possible to utilize the relationship between internal and external credit ratings. Second, insurance company internal model operating system. Application for approval of the financial supervision service establish an internal model to properly reflect the risk characteristics, scale, and complexity of insurance companies according to insurance company risk-based management assessment system. To ensure international consistency, quantitative standards and qualitative standards are regulated by reflecting the internal model system of the IAIS insurance core principles. Third, IAIS insurance core principles and insurance company internal model. In order to properly reflect the risk characteristics, scale, and complexity of the insurance companies, an internal model for materials risk is used, and a plan to build an internal model for integrated risk management is approved and used by the board of directors. And the board meets regularly at least once a year. As such, it is stipulated to conduct an in-house risk and solvency assessment and approve it. For the launch of health grade and health score related insurance products, they are reported to a financial supervision service. In accordance with IAIS standards, regulatory capital requirements must be established in transparent manners, specifying the purpose and rationale for enactment. How to validate the fit of the model? There are 2 methods of validation of the fit of the model. The first, Basel Commission's comparative verification criteria for retail credit rating systems. To obtain regulatory approval of a retail credit rating system under Basel II, banks must verify that their risk segmentation process can segment retail exposures into asset classes with homogeneous risk characteristics. That is, the accuracy and validity of the risk measurement element should be verified. Second, core principles related to IAIS insurance company internal model verification. The supervisor required the insurer to validate an internal model at least 3 tests: statistical quality test, calibration test, and use test. And the supervisor requires the insurer to demonstrate the model is appropriate for regulatory capital purpose and to demonstrate the result of each of the 3 tests. Verifying the credit rating of a bank, the internal model is verified. Also, the standard is not absolute. It was examined as verification means for modeling has grade and has scores. Whatever verification method is used, it must be used consistently and compared to the standard of verification method. Let's look into application for verification of has grade. The company G has used 2 methods of verification of has grade, such as transition probability between has grade and PSI. In terms of transition probability between grades, the transition probability between has grades in 2 adjacent years from 2009 to 2013 show that the higher the grade, the higher the probability that current grade will be maintained even after 1 year. As a result of a stability study prepared based on composition of personnel by year and grade, the PSI value was 0.019 for males and 0.044 for females, indicating a fairly stable distribution of composition ratio by has grade. By modeling the individual has rating and has score of the company G, the development insurance product seems to have upgraded insurance industry. But you have found some consideration before making use of healthcare industry and the insurance product development to the next level. The detailed standards of insurance companies' internal model must conform to the quantitative and qualitative standard of IAIS. Verification of health rating model is taken for granted. For the use of the model, conformity and ex post verification must be accompanied. Since the model itself is based on the credit rating, the verification must be done in the same way. It is judged to worth reviewing to improve the soundness of insurance company, along with the use of health grade and health score modeling continuously. Please see next page. Refer to references. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Professor Huang. Maybe I just saw Wei Tan is online. So, are you there? Is that okay for you to start your presentation earlier? Is it possible?
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
No. Wait a moment, please.
So Wei Tang and Fang Su from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics going to talk about the evolution of HLE and prediction of disability population in China.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wei Tang, and I'm a PhD candidate from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. It's a great honor for me to present my paper here, and my tutor is Fang Su. And my research topic is to measure the disability population in China. Why we started this research? Because you know, China has been applied the long-term care insurance, and nowadays we have 49 pilot cities in China, but still in a very small scale. And recently in the notice on the evaluation criteria for long-term care disability level trial, we call it the new evaluation criteria had been published, which used to determine the eligibility of beneficiaries in pilot areas of long-term care insurance systems. And we want to know how many people are disability in China. If we want to measure this, we need to know two very important indicators, which is the disability rate and the mortality rate. According to these two indicators, we can calculate the healthy life expectancy, which can measure the quality of life, but not only the length of life. And there have three very classical theories about the healthy life expectancy. The first is the compression of morbidity. The morbidity is more common than the disability, because if you use the indicator of disability, you must to define what kind of person is disability. But the morbidity is more common in our daily life. The Ferris in 1980, he claimed that the occurrence of morbidity is delayed and people's healthy life expectancy is extended, which means the healthy life expectancy will not only increase in number, but also as a proportion of life expectancy, which is shown in the figure 1. And the second theory is the expansion of morbidity, which is the extension of human lifespan is meaning due to the extension of the morbid period and the decline of the proportion of healthy life expectancy. Which means although you have lived longer compared to the oldest, but during this time you are unhealthy. Maybe you stay in the hospital. So we don't want to see this kind of circumstance. And the third theory is the dynamic equilibrium, which means the morbid period and the healthy life expectancy increase simultaneously. And let's see the literature review. We have two parts of literature according to our subject. The first is how to measure the healthy life expectancy. We have two main methods. The first is the Sullivan method. The data you used to measure are different. Decided the method you used. If you only have the cross-sectional data, you can only use the Sullivan method or disease burden method. And Zhang and Du, based on Sullivan method, found that there are differences in healthy life expectancy change in the eastern, central, and western regions of China. And if you have the follow-up surveys, then you can use the multi-state life table model to measure the healthy transitions probability of the elderly. And another different is the definition of the healthy is different. At present, the definition of healthy may be according to the indicators as such as self-care or activities of daily life and so on. And another part of our subject is to prediction the size of the disabled population. There are also two methods. The first part is the micro simulation prediction, which means you can use the transition probabilities to model the elderly, but it means you can only know two part indicators. The first is the future size of the elderly population, and the second is the proportion of disabled people. Then you can multiply these two indicators to get the disabled population in future years. And another is the micro simulation prediction, which means you need to use micro survey data, and you can divide multiple characteristics such as age and gender to establish a transition probability matrix. But this method have advantages. It's be more accuracy in prediction, but it also have a disadvantage, which is if you don't change the healthy transition probability matrix in the future, then you will lose the medium and long-term care forecasting reliability. So our paper is to give three innovations. The first is to use the new criteria to define the disability. And we also from two dimensions to measure the disability rate of Chinese elderly. And the second, we combine the risk exposure method and the multi-state life table to measure the healthy transition probability. And the third is we extend the non-healthy status to mild disability and severe disability. Then we will see the data we use. We use data from Peking University, their Chinese longitudinal healthy longevity surveys. The people is aged larger than 65 years, and they have been released 8 waves. The baseline is 1998 and 2000, but these two surveys only research the age which is larger than 18, and for follow-up survey is 2002, 2005, and so on. And it's open data for everyone if you just register in this website. Then you can earn this data set, and is yes. And we in this paper we just only used 4 surveys. The first is in 2002 wave, and the follow-up is 2005 wave. You know, not everyone can follow up. So there are around 5,000 dead before 2005 wave, and 2015 lost to follow up. And another wave we use is in 2011 wave, and also like there are some followed and some dead and some lost. And we define the disability according to 3 indicators. First is the ADL, which means activities of daily life. It includes 6 items, such as bathing, dressing, taking showers, or use the toilet. And the second indicator is the IADL, which means in instrumental activities of daily life. It includes 8 items, such as taking baths, and the MMSE, which means the mini mental state examination. It including some counting and memory questions, the so-called from 0 to 24. And we define if the so-called greater than 13, which was defined as a cognitive impairment. In the other scholars' research, they mainly use the ADL indicators to define the disability. But we added the ADL disability and cognitive impairment to combine our comprehensive definition of disability. You can say from the healthy state, the proportion is lower than the definition of just use ADL. And as I said before, we use two baseline waves. And the following the next slide is to further analyze the impact of age structure differences. The left one is a mild disability rate, and the right one is the severe disability rate. And you can see the change between the slope of the mild disability is decreased, while the severe disability is increased. And we want to say the follow-up states such as this number means in 2002 of a female is in a healthy state, but in the follow-up, which means in the 2005 waves surveys, he is still in the healthy. The probability is around 50, but she may be translated to the mild disability, which means she became more unhealthy. The probability is 7.41. You can say this is 2011 baseline, and the follow-up is the 2014. You can see that probability is significantly decreased, which is the common sense, because we know our life is become longer, but the healthy state is decreased or increase is still lead to to check. So we use the method of the continuous time homogeneous Markov process to define the people's healthy transition between the first state to the next state, which we use mu IGX represents the transition intensity of the age group X from state I to J, and EX to means exposure of initial states, and we use exposure method to define the transition intensity. According to the transition intensity, we can calculate the transition probability matrix. Then we can use it to calculate the disability population in China to predict the amount of disability population. And the result, from this result, we show that the number of healthy transfers and years of risk exposures. For example, the M2H, which means from in 2002, a male person is in a mild disability status, but in the follow-up in the 2005 waves, he became the healthy, which means he is we call this kind of rate recovery rate, which means from the bad healthy status to a healthy status. So the S2H, which means several disability to become healthy. So you can see from this table, the recovery rate is also very important, while other scholars maybe ignore this kind of rates. And the other findings we found is the recovery rate was increased in the past 9 years. You can compare 2002 with the 2011. And then we can calculate the duration of each state. These three graphs means from different initial healthy status, and then you will experience maybe healthy status, how long you will experience in the healthy status, in the mild disability status, and then the severe disability status. We can see this when the initial state is healthy, which is the first graph. The initial state is mild disability is the second graph. The LE, the life expectancy equals to you spend on 3 different times to add them. The LE of women aged 65 to 69 are 17.41 years, but the age become 19 to 94. So you can see that to up, which means the age is become more older, and the left means the woman's duration time, and the right means the man's duration time. And you can see from these 3 graphs, the different initial status is increasingly influence the people's healthy state. And furtherly, we calculate the delta LE, which means use the 2011 plus the 2002. If this indicator is greater than 0, which means the life expectancy has increased between the 2002 to 2011, while if less than 0, which means the decline or or your healthy status is deterioration. And when we can see the worse the initial state of female individuals, the more obvious the improvement effect of healthy life expectancy at a lower age, which means in the lower age, the improvement is very obvious, but as the age gradually increase, the improvement become gradually decline. And from this this graph, we can see the healthy life expectancy plus the life expectancy, and the above one is for the female, and the bottom one is the male. The healthy 2002, which means the initial healthy status is healthy, and you can see from these two curves that the ratio in 2002 was higher than the 2011, which means the disability expansion model. And if the initial state is mild disability, which means the disability compression model, which means you can't use only one model to conclude different ages and different initial healthy status model. Maybe these have a mixed effect. And then finally, we used to predict the disability population in China, and we and we use three scenarios. No one is to assumption the transition probability metrics are same as 2002, and the medium one is same as the 2011, and the high one is to the change of the transition intensity matrix is the same as the change trend and the directions in the 2002 to 2011, which means there is a increase or time trend of the transition intensity matrix, and we can and then we have this table, and I just gave you one number, such as in the median scenarios, the total male and the female, the total disability person is 50 million, 50 million, which is a very large number, which means we should to take more attention on the long-term care system. So we have three conclusions. The first is the disability. According to the new assessment criteria, we have the disability rate of males and females is around maybe 12, and the female is more unhealthy than the male, such as 18%. And the second conclusion is that different healthy status, different age, different gender have different healthy patterns, which means disability expansion or disability compression cannot to conclude all circumstances. And the final conclusion is the disability population in China in 2015, it will reach 55.73 million. Oh, okay. This is all my slides. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Wei Tang, for your very interesting presentation. We enjoyed so much. Yeah, it is very interesting to see how healthy status can affect different life expectancy patterns in your model. Any questions or comments from the audience? By the way, Professor Zhang is also here. So if you have any questions about the previous presentation, feel free to ask questions as well. By the way, just one simple question. So you collected the data from the university, your university, or university from other sorry. How did you collect the data? Was it from your university or other institution?
No, it's from the Peking University, and it's open data. Everyone around the world can download this kind of data.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh. Any questions? Professor Zhang, yeah.
I didn't get your presentation because of my lunch time. I just got the last piece of your presentation to see about 55 million people will be disabled in 2050. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh. So what kind of disability is most popular in your country? There are a variety of disability people.
What kind of the disabled people?
Yeah.
We usually to measure the people is defined. Maybe he cannot take shower by himself.
I see.
We use the 6 items to define this disability, but we haven't to say which kind of items is most heavy. It's usually you can't use the toilet or take the shower or take dinner or eat. Yes. Yeah, and recently, we also encourage the mental health.
Mental.
Yes. Yes.
Did you distinguish the disabled people from birth and this disability people after birth? I think there are 2 different groups of the disabilities. Inborn disability and the acquired disability. No?
No.
You didn't distinguish it. I see.
Yes, I only distinguish the degree of disability. We call it
degree of disability. I see.
Yes.
In Korea, we classify 2 groups of the disabilities. One group is the by nature. By nature. Yeah.
No.
No.
Yeah, from the data we can see. Yes.
I see.
Thank you.
I guess also you only focused on the certain age group, right? Did I understand correctly? Like between 60 and 65 years old age.
I see. The age group.
Yeah, I guess.
I see.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. And
thank you for your comments.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you again in our next conference, maybe next year. Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And from now on, Professor Jung Hong-ju is gonna moderate the afternoon session.
Okay. Do you want me to continue moderating presentation, or do we take a break?
Okay, shall we take a break?
Right? Yeah.
I think everybody's tired because everybody watched the football match yesterday.
Okay. Then let's resume our session at 2:30 in Seoul time as
Okay.
scheduled. Okay.
All right.
If you don't mind, we'll see you at 2:30 for the next session. Yeah, good afternoon again. Let me continue our program on Saturday. Next speaker is Professor Jo Bong-hwan from Myeongji University, Seoul, Korea. He is going to talk about the micro and small enterprises, sustainability-oriented innovation for public emergency. Please welcome Professor Cho with warm hand.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chung. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bong-hwan Cho. I'm teaching in the Myeongju University. Up to several months ago, I was in charge of a small enterprise and market service. We just call it SEMAS. It's kind of public corporate related to the Ministry of SMEs and Startups. I would again thanks my friend Professor Chung for hosting today's event. I understand in the afternoon session the presentation now focused on insurance, but my presentation is somewhat different. Today, I'd like to briefly explain the policies of Korean small and medium-sized enterprises and micro enterprises. Over the past 3 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has put great difficulties in the SME sector, especially for small business owners. It is gradually improving, but it needs more time to recover. The situation of SMEs, the sufferings looks similar in all countries. It is time for the SMEs to survive, and it is time for the government to maintain the sustainability of the national economy. In Korea, the SMEs account for the large proportion of the economy, especially in perspective of domestic employment and the GDP contribution. It represents 99% of the number of businesses and 83% of the employment. Recently, the business environment has become increasingly intense and competitive due to newly emerging factors such as the trade conflict, the fourth industrial revolution, and the rapid growth of e-commerce. The situation of COVID-19 pandemic has been the new big impact. It gets harder for SMEs to survive and grow in line with these changes. Like other countries around the world, The Korean government is also implementing policies and operating various programs to strengthen SMEs and manage financial support schemes and grants and defer their repayment. And the Korean policies for SMEs have changed along with the economic development. Until early 1990s, the Korean economy relies on exports, and it was the large corporations and conglomerates for economic growth. On the other hand, SMEs generally serve as a supporting role. However, it began to change from 1996. In 1996, Small and Medium Business Administration was established as a government member. In April 2004, a comprehensive plan was made to enhance the competitiveness of SMEs, micro enterprises, business ventures, and self-employed individuals. In the early stage, it focused on protecting SMEs from conglomerates or large corporations. But now the paradigm has shifted to promoting competition and cooperation among them. In 2017, the Small and Medium Business Administration was enlarged from a government agency to the ministry. The name is Ministry of SMEs and Startups. The ministry is responsible for the policies, laws, regulations, various plans, and performance evaluation relating to SMEs. It has 10 affiliated public corporates which assist the ministry with executing policies and providing financial resources in the field. The 2022 budget for SMEs is about 19 trillion Korean won, which account for about 3.1% of the government budget, 3.1%. The budget has increased for the past 5 years, particularly during the first 3 years of COVID-19 pandemic crisis. Let's take a closer look at Korean SMEs policies in more detail. The first is policies to support for starting business. Starting a business requires a lot of preparation. Korean government offers training sessions, helps developing business models, learns, we just call it TIPS program, tech incubator programs for startups, and provide spaces for business. It also runs 18 creative economic innovation centers to support startups. Second is policies to support for growing a business. After launching, starting business needs various support for technology development and marketing, workforce, sales opportunity, and exportation. For technology development, there are various programs such as promoting self-development of technology and linking industry to research institute. And support for marketing and expanding market channels that are done by purchasing SME products and means of public procurement and using online platforms that sell SMEs products. There is also assistance to enhance the safety of manufacturing. It helps improve the work environment centered on small manufacturers. The scale of the safety support is not large, but it is very keen to small companies because they cannot afford to invest in safety. We support the installation of facilities that improve the hard working condition, which causes noise, smoke, and dust. The government is pushing to expand the budget size of manufacturers' safety. Traditional market also need government support in order to compete with large the retail channels. And the support that the government provide to them includes establishing infrastructure such as shopping arcades, service centers, and parking lots, and promoting online sales. Moreover, the government issues only a voucher which can be used in traditional market with 5% discount. Another important support is financing, including government loans, grants, credit guarantee, and technology guarantees. Government loans are provided with a low interest rate of around 2% and a favored repayment period of 5 to 10 years. The current size of financing support for SMEs is about 5 trillion Korean won and 4 trillion Korean won for micro enterprises. The credit guarantees are provided with a size of 60 to 70 trillion Korean won a year, while that of technology guarantees is about 20 trillion Korean won. The technology guarantee is mainly for early stage startups. Third is policies to support for restarting. Because 25% of workforce in Korea is engaged in SMEs or a micro enterprise sector, the inside competition and survival are very harsh. Every year, about 680,000 businesses are driven out. We support them in two ways. One is helping them to get new jobs. The other is supporting them start a new business. Every year, about 40,000 people have chances to get assistance. Now I just will briefly talk about the status of Korean micro enterprise. The micro enterprise is under SME's size. I just explained. In Korea, micro enterprise refers to small business with less than 5 employees. A small business, for example, for restaurant business means a business with a scale of sales less than 1 trillion Korean won a year. There are 6 million micro enterprises accounting for 93% of total number of businesses in Korea. 9 million people are working in these businesses, representing 43% of domestic employment. However, the competition among micro enterprises in Korea is highly severe due to its structure. Roughly 1 out of 4, it means 25%. 25% employee is working for restaurants, retail stores, accommodations, and other service sectors. The ratio is quite high compared to that of EU. That is 15%, and Japan 14%. The high ratio comes from the low level of labor employment and insufficient social security for retiring people. In last August, the new government announced the policy direction of microenterprise and the self-employed businesses. It contains the contents of fostering small business owners to build up their size and become competitive. It also includes plans to revitalize local market prices. Microenterprise has been hit by the COVID-19 pandemic and suffered the most for the past 3 years. Although they are gradually recovering as COVID-19 restrictions ended, it still needs more time to get back to normal. For the last 3 years, the Korean government has provided emergency loans, grants, and subsidies to the suffering micro enterprises. Just before I explained the general picture of policies for SMEs, which are working in the manufacturing sector. Now, and I will introduce the special support policies for micro enterprises. Firstly, disaster relief grants amounting 30 trillion Korean won had been paid out 6 times throughout 1.5 years. 1.5 years from September 2020 to February this year. In May this year, new government provided 23 trillion Korean won based on 6 million Korean won per small business owner. We compiled a list of 2 to 3 million eligible applicants by using the National Tax Service database. When they applied online, we sent grant money directly to their bank account within a week in most cases. Secondly, the loan compensation scheme. The loan compensation scheme has been enacted and implemented recently. Even though 7 relief grants were given by some fixed amount unit of the money, this scheme, the loss compensation scheme, is offering compensation in proportion of their losses caused by government the preventive measures against the epidemic. We are compiling a list of about 700,000 eligible applicants from the National Tax Service database. It needs 1 to 2 trillion Korean won quarterly last year. The third, government has provided the low interest rate loans to small businesses that suffered financial pressure due to decline in sales caused by the lockdown and related restrictions. For these 3 years, about 10 trillion Korean won financial program was launched every year. The government encouraged the commercial banks to participate in supporting them. Consequently, small businesses with low credit could get financial support from the public operators, MS, while those with the high credit could access to loans from commercial banks. The interest rate is around 1.5% to 2%. Lastly, the government offers closing micro enterprises during the pandemic period financial support of 500,000 Korean won and some proportion of removal cost of 2.5 million Korean won. It is to help them to restart their business or find new jobs. We are also running several programs to help them recover from the business closure. We help them with providing exit strategies and legal advices and giving them training chances for new employment. So it's I would closer look at various voices in Korea based on the view is
Yeah, Professor Joe, maybe we have a little connection problem, network problem.
is continue.
Yeah, now
Okay.
I can hear you well. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Please go on. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe in 5 minutes. I just
No problem.
closing. Okay.
Yeah.
I will just summing up the various voices surrounding the Korean SME policies based on the viewpoint of the national budget.
Mm.
The first is the position of SMEs and small business owners. Of course, they just insist to enlarge the government support from the budget. Because they just feel they are relatively disadvantaged since the 1970s. So we just, in the meantime, the competition system and advantages of economies of scale were carried out in the direction favorable to large enterprises. The SMEs are relatively disadvantaged. So we just call the competition playground is tilted. It's unfair. We just call like this. In this situation, it's difficult for SMEs even to survive. Therefore, they just emphasize strengthening the system to protect and to support SMEs themselves. Now let's turn to the position of the government. The ministries have the same basic idea that the role and the function of SMEs is very important in Korean economy. SME constitutes the basement of Korean economy. There is the consensus within the governments and the ministries on this. However, when it just comes to justification and or the range of support for SMEs, it is divided. The positions of Minister of SMEs and Startups and Minister of Strategy and Finance are different. The Minister of SMEs naturally believes that the support for SMEs is necessary. On the other hand, the Minister of Strategy and Finance, which is responsible for entire national budget, is different. The idea is that the support for SMEs should also be limited to necessary items and limited to the necessary support. They indicate that it should be considered within the entire framework of the national budget. The Minister of Strategy and Finance believes that basically market principle should be also applied in the field of SMEs. This means that the government support and interference should be minimized. They emphasize rearrangement of competition system and legal framework over direct budget support. It's just like the position of general public, that is a taxpayer. Taxpayer also insists that over the budget support, SME should also make efforts to develop their own technologies, the low production costs, and enlarge their marketing channels. Without such effort, no matter how much budget is supported, the chances of success are very low. Generally, the position are different of SMEs policies. This is not a confrontation between supporting SMEs or not. It is how to make SMEs to play their role properly. And the policy, the direction is the same, but the approach or priorities are different. I think they are adjusting smoothly in the government budget process, fully considering all aspects of SMEs policies and various voices. As I explained, small, medium, and micro enterprises are very key actors of our economy and society. They have sustained our economy and help our daily lives and community keep learning smoothly. This is why we should have a better understanding of their multifunctionality and crucial roles within our society. Also, it is necessary to provide them with the right supports in the right place at the right time. I just crossed my explanation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Cho. You have introduced the importance of the SMEs in Korea and in general. And Cho also mentioned the Ministry of the SME and the Startup was created or promoted in year 2017. And then there is some different opinion over the support level for the governmental policy over the SMEs. Okay. I've raised a few questions in chatting windows for the Professor Cho. So you may look at the chatting windows to read the question, and you may answer as many questions as you like. The question number one is, are there any overlapping function between the Ministry of SME and the other Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Labor or Ministry of the Environment? Question number two is, Israel is famous for its startup business or growth of popularity of startup companies. How can Korea follow the Israel model? Question number three is, in which area SME can or should enjoy special treatment from government compared with the large-size corporation? Okay. And question number four is, do you think SMEs are better treated in Korea than in other countries or worse? These are my questions to Professor Cho. So you may respond these questions as you like.
Yes, for the first question, the role or the function for the Minister of the SMEs and the Startups and is just separate, or there are some the same the intervention or same the policies with the other ministries. Maybe the question is like this one. For the SMEs and the micro enterprises, especially for the financing, the Ministry of the SMEs and the Startups are totally dealing with this financing the policies, especially for the SMEs and the micro enterprises. Of course, it needs the fiscal resources. The ministry, just before, the ministry should contact or discuss with the Ministry of Strategy and Finance or Ministry of let's say, Ministry of Community as the other ministry. But basically, they are dealing with the financial issues for the SMEs and micro enterprises within the ministry. And the second question is about, can you just repeat again what is the main idea for the second question?
The second question is about the comparison with Israel. The country Israel is famous for its startup business, right? So is it possible for Korea to follow the Israel in that area to grow the boom of the startup business in Korea, and how,
Well,
if any?
Especially the policies for the SMEs are three sectors. One is for the startup, and the second is to just make the development of them, and the third one is to the restarting, because they cannot success all. But for the startup, there's a lot of the policy measures, or a lot of support measures for the startup, the Ministry of the SMEs and startups. And they just operate the various kind of the startups, the policies. Also, maybe they just put, we just call just about half of the fiscal resources is going to the startups, because for the next step is basically follow the market principles. But for the startup, the government is to put priority to start, and to start, especially for the training and financing, or the technology development in the various programs. But we just understand the Israel case is quite well organized and well developed for the startup policies. So the Korean ministry is also following some benchmark that of the Israel just policies. But I'm not sure which direction, but they the benchmark the Israel's the policies of startups.
Okay. Are there any questions from the audience? So if not, let's move to the next presentation. While leaving the other two questions to Professor Cho for to get response later after this conference personally.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation and Q&A session.
Thank
the
you.
next speaker is Dr. Chang Ming-Jing from Fudan University, China.
Thank you, Professor Zhuang. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, nice.
Very well.
Yeah, I will share my slides. Can you see that?
Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. It's my pleasure to present our working paper called Commercial Health Insurance and Working Hours. My name is Ming-Xin Zhang, and I'm a postdoctor from Fudan University, and I'm also an associate professor from Hangzhou Dianzi University. And these two are my co-authors, Professor Xu Xian from Fudan University, and my colleague Luo Jingwen from Nankai University. I would like to introduce my introduce this paper from these 6 parts: the introduction, the background, data, and RD design, and then the difference in differences method, and the mechanism analysis, and the conclusion. Firstly, the introduction. It is also the motivation that we wrote this paper. Firstly, commercial health insurance and the social media insurance both play an important role in the public health securities of China, and a large bodies of literatures has examined the correlationship between social insurance and the labor supply, but the existing research pays little attention to how the commercial health insurance affect the people's behavior in labor market. And this paper we based on the commercial health insurance called supplementary medical insurance for major diseases in Shenzhen, in China, and this insurance product is sponsored by Shenzhen government and operated by commercial insurance. So its premium is very low and the coverage is very high. Oh. Okay, then, hey, sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry, but there is some problem. Maybe I have to switch to another file. Sorry.
Take your time. Do not rush.
I'm really sorry for that. But it maybe missed some pieces. But I think it's okay. Let's continue. Another background is that I want to conduct this research is called the so-called 996 in Shenzhen. The 996 is means work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. and work 6 days a week. It is overtime work culture in Shenzhen and especially in the industry of internet. So in this service sectors, it has a trend that the workers has to work overtime. So we mix these two variables: the commercial insurance and the working time together to conduct this research. Okay, here we built. First, we we built a conceptual framework, and it is based on the consumption leisure model of supply theory. And we established a brief conceptual framework of individuals' working time selection under the conditions of medical treatment. First, this is the objective function. Then this is the total time constraint. The total time constraint equals working time, leisure time, and lost time. And the budget constraint is like this. And we suppose that the leisure time is positively related to health, and the lost time is negatively related to health. And then we can have the Lagrange function like this. The optimal, and then we can get the optimal leisure time. The optimal leisure time is like this. So it depends on the wage level, the lost time, and also the health the health status. So if the commercial inference can improve the health level of individuals, then he will have more time to work, and he reduces his lost time, and then he gets more leisure time, and yeah. Okay, then another background is this insurance products in Shenzhen. Firstly, I have to emphasize that Shenzhen is a very special city in China. It was built from the beginning of China's reform and opening up, and it has now become China's largest immigrant city, and it is also a very young city. The average age is only about 33 years old, and the proportion of elder person is only about 5%. So it's maybe it's the youngest city in China, and the contribution of the service sector to the economy is nearly above 60% last year. This insurance products in Shenzhen is called 惠民保. Then in this in the table 1, we have statistics of 惠民保 in Shenzhen. And we can see that it is launched in the year of 2015, and it is a short-term product only for 1 year, but its premium is extremely low, only 20 yuan. So it has a very large enrollment rate, more than 40%. So in some extent, the 惠民保has a similar function as the basic health insurance, and it has a very interesting participation process. If an individual's basic medical insurance account exceeds 5% of the average salary, then he will got an message that notifying that the Shenzhen government will automatically deduct the this 20 yuan from his account, from his medical insurance account. And if he reply to this message, he refused to join. And if he ignore this message, that means he agreed to join this plan. But if his medical insurance account did not exceed 5%, did not meet this condition, he has to join this insurance plan by himself. That means he has to pay for this 20 yuan premium. So in the investigation data, we can see that people that did not meet this condition, they know more about this this product, and they will report that they brought this Huiminbao. However, for the people that meet this condition, most of them did not know that they has participated in this plan. So that is a very interesting process, and we can use this process to conduct some empirical research. Okay, the third party, the data and RD design. Firstly, we use the data, China Household Finance Service, CHFS, in 2017. Actually, it reported the household finance situation of the year 2016. So it is corresponds to the automatic deduction standard in 2016. That is here. Then this is the fuzzy RD design. We want to estimate the LATE like this. But the RD, the regression discontinuity design have two stages. In the first stage, we get the probability that that individual buy the Huiminbao according to his basic medical insurance account. If his account is less than Y0, he has to buy Huiminbao by himself, and he know that he has brought this products. And in the second stage, we can directly estimate this effect. But there have two assumptions before we can do the RD research. First one is the driving variable yi should be continuous near the breakpoint y0. Here we can see the distribution of the yi, and near the breakpoint it is continuous. And the second assumption, the probability of the PI must jumps near the discontinuity. We can see here it has a jump. The filled circles are the average enrollment rates within each group. And we can see that it is in the left side it is about 15%, while in the left side it is almost 0. So there has a jump. Okay, this is the descriptive statistics. We can see that the treatment group, their working hours per week is about 48, and the untreated group is working hours is about 43. This is the meta type. We choose the linear fit type. Okay, this is the results of RDD. We can see that the LATE estimated is about 5 hours. 5 hours. That means the people in the right side work more hours, about 5 hours than the people in the left. This is the total hours, the working hour plus part-time hour. Yeah. Here in the Chrome 4, we use optimal bandwidth with the robust standard error. We can get a very high effect. And this is the estimation results using different bandwidths. We can see that we expanded the bandwidth. As we expanded the bandwidth, the effect is reducing. Then we do some robustness tests and other tests. This in Chrome 1, we excluded some samples that if they have other commercial inference, because other commercial inference can affect their working time selection. And in Chrome 2, we excluded the samples that participated in this plan through their company. Yeah, because they did not meet the condition, the automatic deduction rules. And if we change the outcome variable as days, as working days or weekdays, it is insignificant. We also do the placebo test. We use deduction standards in 2015 and 2017, and we can see that the co-efficiency is not is insignificant. The fourth part, because the RDD has a risk of overestimating effect and can only show a short-term effect because a small size of the sample. So we also did a DID method. We also used the DID method because this inference plan begins from the end of 2015. So before that is a pre-event year, and after that it is a post-event year. And we choose the treatment group as Shenzhen samples. The untreated group has samples from other cities in Guangdong province, and samples from Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, because Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou and Shenzhen are four the biggest city in China. So the samples of them may be more simple. And the DID method is like this. We mainly care about the coefficiency of this interaction terms. Before the DID, we should do the common trend test. We can see that in the year of 2015 and 2017, it is insignificant. But in the last year, it in the 2019, it is significant. Okay, the results using DD method. We can see that the co-efficiency of the interaction terms is significant, and it is smaller than the LATE we estimated in the RD design. It is about 3 hours. Then the mechanism is. In this part, we changed our outcome variable as hospitalization and the days of hospitalization and the completion of a hospitalization. We can see that in this the co-efficiency is significant. That means the treatment group has got significantly get more completion than the untreated groups. Okay, the last part, some discussion. Firstly, the promotion of commercial insurance has an important role in the health protection of low medical insurance account groups. This is the baseline result. And then commercial insurance elevates the health risks by reducing working time and reduces the possibility of post-event moral hazard. And thirdly, Shenzhen has provides a reference for developing countries with low level of insurance with low level of insurance coverage. However, this kind of inclusive commercial insurance in Shenzhen is related to its extremely young population structure, which may reduce the adverse selection. But the feasibility of these products in other regions, there's more discussion. Okay, this is my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Right, Professor Chang, for your introduction of the commercial health insurance in Shenzhen area and its impact on the moral hazard and adverse selection and the working time. Any question from the audience? Then let me ask a short question. What's the the idea of your Shenzhen program come from? Is the original Chinese idea, or did you import any foreign policy?
The idea is from the promotion of these products, because in Shenzhen and in other cities of China like Shanghai, the government has promoted a lot of insurance products like this, the Huiminbao, in almost every city of China. So we guess this will be a very important insurance plan for Chinese people. So we do this research, and this is our we are interested in the effect of this insurance. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sounds like an innovative insurance scheme. I've never heard. Okay,
Thank you.
thanks for joining us for your presentation. How is Professor Shishu? It's fine?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please give my regard to him.
Okay, okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay. Then let's move to next presenter, Professor Misu Choi from the Seoul Digital University. She's going to present the financial regulatory sandbox in Korea. Okay. Professor Choi.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Well.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is Ms. Che, professor in Seoul Digital University. I am delighted to have the opportunity to presentation this Korea Asian Risk Management and Innovation Forum. I'm going to present about the financial regulatory sandbox in Korea. The index is as follows. First, overview. Second, financial regulatory sandbox. Third, effect of the financial regulatory sandbox. Fourth, case of the financial regulatory sandbox. The first industrial revolution is powered by the advance in information and communications technology and is now presenting a new paradigm in the financial sector. This is compounded by the convergence of innovative business models that exist outside the conventional framework, leading to structural changes in the financial industry. Amid such change, however, stringent approval standards and a wide range of business regulations have hampered the launch of new financial services. To better respond to the changes in the financial industry and resolve the difficulties in commercialization caused by regulations, the Korean government enacted the Special Act on Support for Financial Innovation, which came into effect on April 1st, 2019, and introduced the Financial Regulatory Sandbox Program. The Financial Regulatory Sandbox is a program aimed at designing safe and precise financial regulations while considering public values such as fostering new industry and protecting consumers at the same time. The Financial Services Commission will help present new financial service to market and improve financial regulations through the financial regulatory sandbox in order to proper innovation. Using the financial regulatory sandbox, financial service providers can test new financial service by allowing customers to use those new services. Financial authorities then receive the opportunity to improve the related programs and regulations based on the result from the testing of the new services. I will explain financial regulatory sandbox in detail. First, background. Fintech support policies actively implemented by the governments around the world, rapid growth of the fintech industry, stringent regulations against financial firms, and poor utilization and competitiveness of fintech. Second, program direction, protection of public values, balanced first public values, including development of new technologies, fostering diverse industry growth, and protecting people's lives, safety, and the environment. Regulatory innovation, improve regulations through innovation to prevent delays in the launch of new products and services. safety device, continual inspection of impact and process to protect the general public and consumers. Third, eligibility criteria. A company or financial company, etc., as defined by the Commercial Act, with a place of business located in the Republic of Korea. This does not apply to a foreign company which does not have a place of business in Korea, or a self-employed individual whose business is not in the form of a company. Financial company, etc. Financial companies such as banks, insurance companies, and financial investment companies, electronic financial business operators, public corporations and funds in the financial business, associations established in accordance with finance-related rules, non-profit corporate bodies whose establishment was approved by the FSC. First, review criteria. The most important criteria of the financial regulatory sandbox is innovation and consumer convenience. Whether the service will be primarily carried out in the domestic financial market, whether the service is sufficiently innovative compared to the existing services, benefit for consumers, whether it will additionally benefit financial consumers, inevitability of regulatory exception, whether it is possible to provide the financial service in question without any regulatory exception, or whether the application of a regulatory exception will lead to evasion or circumvention of the regulations. Qualification and competency to operate the service, whether the applicant is qualified and competent to operate the service appropriately. Scope of the service and business method and plan, whether the scope of the service and business method are specific and the business plan is reasonable and sound. Consumer protection and risk management measures, whether the consumer protection and risk management measures are sufficient. Stability of the financial market and order, whether there are any concerns of substantially undermining the stability of the financial market. Attainment of the objectives of finance-related statutes, whether there are any concerns of substantially undermining the attainment of the objectives of finance-related statutes. Fifth, effect of designation, regulatory exception, exemption, etc., to provide the innovative financial services. Pilot operation and regulatory exception can provide the innovative financial service within the designated scope without receiving authorization or permission for the financial business. Regulatory exception in relation to finance-related statutes or regulations concerning authorization, permission, registration, reporting, governance, scope of business affairs, soundness, and business activities of service provider. Designation of regulatory exception in relation to other statutes under the jurisdiction of other ministries. Require consent from the ministry with jurisdiction over the statute concerned. Regulatory exception will be denied in case there are concerns of causing irreparable harm to consumers or undermining financial order. Six matters requiring attention. Compliance, monitoring of the provision of the innovative financial service. It is mandatory for the service provider to prepare consumer protection and risk management measures. It is mandatory for the service provider to prepare devices to guarantee the fulfillment of liability for damages, such as subscribing to a liability insurance. Compliance with relevant statutes. Companies providing innovative financial service must comply with the applicable regulations other than the statutes for which regulatory exception was granted. Next, I will summarize the effect of the financial regulatory sandbox. First, services that fit the needs of diverse consumers became available. In particular, the availability of growing numbers of contract needs services will contribute to public safety and provide a turning point for the future of the financial industry. Second, the Sandbox program has contributed to the growth of fintechs. Through the Sandbox program, fintech startups have been able to create quality jobs and attract investment. As a result, fintech have become major players in diverse fields such as payment, authentication, and insurtech. Third, the Sandbox program has helped to accelerate digital transition in the financial industry. The introduction of new technologies such as AI, big data analytics, and blockchain has been promoted, with the convergence of industries also becoming more commonplace. Digital transformation is also taking place in traditional financial institutions, with banks entering platform business, etc. Fourth, more innovative financial services that contribute to inclusive financial solutions and social responsibility are being introduced. These financial solutions are providing assistance to small merchants and SMEs as they help to lower costs and open up opportunities for them. Next, I will introduce the case of financial regulatory sandbox. About 200 innovative financial services has been designated through Korean's financial regulatory sandbox. I will introduce only insurance cases. First, simple subscription of insurance. When you first sign up for the insurance policy is applied in compliance with all the requirements of the customers, just like the usual insurance contract. Within 6 months, you can resubscribe the insurance by entering only the most essential information for insurance coverage after a specific intention mark, and sign up immediately with a biometric certificate. Currently, we provide a single product insurance for overseas travelers and are planning to expand it to leisure insurance. Second, on-off overseas travel insurance, a service close to your daily life, which enables those who frequently go on overseas trips to subscribe for the travel insurance just once. Subscriber can also conveniently turn the guarantee on or off as needed during the period of the contract. enhance the convenience and accessibility of subscribing for overseas travel insurance by eliminating requirements repeated every time you subscribe for insurance. Including explain important matters, providing a signature and the like. Improve the quality of the nation's safety guarantee by activating subscription for overseas travel insurance, planning to expand its leisure insurance. Third, AI insurance robot teller. In the fintech field, we will leading innovation by utilizing the conversational AI platform, the original technology, and selling chatbot, voice bot, and AI kiosk with our own platform, providing a service that proceeds the entire insurance process of TM channels through artificial intelligence, from consultation with consumers to signing an insurance contract affiliated with insurance. First, direct insurance e-coupon service, a service which allows clients to purchase the mobile insurance prepaid coupon at a discount or use it as a gift on online shopping platforms, and to pay the coupon as a premium when subscribing for insurance products in the direct channel. Meeting the demands of the mobile-only era, one step beyond the mobile-first era, we combine a new type of service of e-coupon with finance to improve convenience and accessibility for our financial consumers. Promotion of the property damage insurance market for guaranteeing compensation for risk through online shopping platforms, consumption space close to the daily lives of consumers. Fifth, rewarding service promoting pet healthcare focused insurance. Small Ticket provides its own unique P2P rewards to pet owners in the following cases of accomplishing a health case mission for the term year and no claim bonus up to each customer's performance at the time of renewals. The rewards can be usable in pet healthcare shops and clinics. The pet insurance policy accompanying rewards is limited to sell to companion animal with national pet registration number or any other authorization system such as inscription recognition according to Animal Insurance Act. Sixth is insurance platform for easy purchase. Platform service for easier policy purchasing experience. After the first purchase, a user can buy policies without complex authentication process. The platform only requires basic information and uses simple payment method. Source various insurance products from insurance carriers and distribute them digitally to various platforms and partners. The list of products includes travel insurance, pet insurance, personal information liability insurance, etc. Seventh, insurance benefit payment service via point platform, a service that allows consumers to purchase goods or services on a point platform at a discounted price when paying with points arising from survivor benefit of savings insurance product. A platform that manages and settles points and provides goods and services at a discounted price for financial consumers to pay with points. 8th, insurance e-coupon service using online shopping platform. A service which allows clients to purchase the mobile insurance prepaid coupon at a discount or use it as a gift online shopping platforms, and to pay the coupon as a premium when subscribing insurance products. It is possible to introduce insurance planners for the coupon holders insurance subscription design, but it is necessary to explain in advance and obtain in an easy to understand manner. 19th, insurance coupon gifting solution via e-commerce. Gifting of insurance coupon via e-commerce and subscription through simplified digital subscription page, providing accessibility to insurance end users and expansion of social safety net. 10th, taking out insurance using mobile gift cards. Hana Life Insurance sells gift cards and coupons in online marketplace, which can be used to take out insurance. Gift cards and coupons can be bought by individuals and companies who are interested in using them or present them to other people. Gift cards and coupons can be used when taking out insurance or paying insurance premiums. 11th, insurance contract loan service through AI voice bot. AI voice bot can handle the same level of work that a human counselor does in insurance contract loan business. It checks customer information, receives loan applications, processes loan payments, and provides essential information for about 5 to 6 minutes. When the human counselor processes the loan application, the loan can be only paid after the separate approval process. But with AI voice bot, the one-stop service becomes available from loan application to loan payment processing. A one-stop service that AI voice bot processes from application reception to loan interest calculation and loan processing. 12th, mobile standard product descriptions that enhance insurance purchase process and consumer protection. Online insurance through a partnership with insurance companies, online insurance services are provided within the TOS app so that customers can compare and select various products according to the purpose of insurance. Based on hiring of a full-time planner, we provide insurance analysis and product contract services so that consumers can solve risks and purchase necessary insurance. 13th, telemarketing explanation and subscription using mobile-based real-time mirroring technology. Real-time screen sharing of customer smartphone screens with sales on important content or products for contracting during telemarketing sales. A service that allows customers to check the content directly on the mobile screen and the salesperson to respond in real time so that the customer can easily understand and subscribe. The content confirmed and agreed by the subscriber will be immediately stored in the company's database, and the confirmed content will be sent to customer immediately when the contract is finalized. 14th, smart check system with an aim to ensure consumer protection and improve convenience. Customers considering plans distributed by telemarketing channel are given URL link to the webpage where they can check the policy conditions and sign electronically. Unlike general telemarketing sales, is carried out over the phone only. After the sales process, the insurer make quality assurance calls to at least 20% of the policyholder, whether the product guidance and sales process were appropriate or not. Customers are given enough time to read the terms and conditions and leave the plans to promote comprehension. They are able to adjust the speech rate, but skipping is not allowed. Last, 15th, simplified untaxed corporate insurance service. Corporate customers can easily take out an insurance policy through the owner's or staff's authentication means like LMS, authorized certificate, Kakao Pay, etc. I introduced the financial regulatory sandbox and cases in Korea. The financial regulatory sandbox is a program aimed at designing safe and precise financial regulations while considering public values such as fostering new industry and protecting consumers at the same time. Using the financial regulatory sandbox, financial service providers can test the new financial service by allowing customers to use those new services. Financial authorities then receive the opportunity to improve the related programs and regulations based on the result from the testing of the new services. We hope that the financial regulatory sandbox will provide an opportunity for further development of the financial industry and financial market in Korea. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Choi explained the law and rule about the regulatory sandbox in Korea and share some examples or the real cases of the financial sandbox with us all. Any question from the audience about the financial sandbox in Korea? Otherwise, may I ask Professor Cho a question? In the chatting window, I wrote one question. Do you think it's possible to develop the on and off auto insurance, which can cover car or car driver only when the car engine is turned on? Do you think it's possible? Like on and off the travel plus insurance? Or have you ever heard about that kind of insurance? When we turn on the engine, the contract is on, and turn off the engine, then the also goes off the contract as well. Is it possible or is a feasible idea? Of course, in this case, if this can be a contract for car insurance, then the car may not be covered while the engine is off. That may be one problem. But some people may like to have a car insurance contract only when the car engine is on, like when car moves only. It's my just.
About 200 innovative financial services have been designated through Korea's financial regulatory sandbox on overseas travel insurance. Travel insurance is very simple insurance. So auto insurance is very complicated insurance.
Maybe later.
Yeah.
In the future,
Yeah.
we consider the opportunity of the condo insurance.
All right, I'll try if it moves right for everybody.
Yeah, it works.
Perfect. Okay, nice. So I'll just reintroduce. So today I'll be talking about the area of health economics, and in particular, the importance of a societal perspective for economic evaluations of public health interventions, and in this case, I focus specifically on COVID-19. And I'll be introducing myself first, just with everyone, and then I'll be talking about the foundations of health economic evaluations, which includes certain methodological considerations when conducting an economic evaluation, for example, which study perspective to adopt in this conduct. And then I'll be presenting a paper that I published in the International Journal of Technology Assessment in Healthcare, which basically shows the importance of accounting for the wider societal impacts of a public health issue, in this case of COVID-19. And this obviously had implications for research and policy and decision making. And then I'll shortly explain a recent publication of mine in this area that came out 2 weeks ago. So first of all, I'm a joint PhD candidate in the area of health economics and health services research. I'm nearly there, it's only 3 months left. I'm affiliated with the health economics unit at the University of Birmingham in the UK, and also the health services research department at Maastricht University in the Netherlands. And as part of the PhD, I assist with teaching and master thesis supervision, also in the area of health economics and policy. So the overall aim of my PhD itself, which relates to the topic of the presentation today, is to explore the wider societal costs and benefits for public health risks or interventions, using the example of public health and sexual health interventions. And this is to create more comprehensive and transparent evidence to inform future research and policy and decision making. So first of all, the foundations of economic evaluations. So economic evaluation, health economics is the discipline of economics applied specifically to the topic of health, obviously. And one type of study within this area is an economic evaluation, which is a comparative analysis of the costs or the resources that go into an intervention and the outcomes and health benefits or health effects or effects on other sectors of 2 or more alternative interventions. So in this case today, I'll be only talking about public health interventions. So it's a balance of and comparative analysis of the input, such as the resources, and the output, such as health outcomes. And if we think about public health interventions, what comes to mind very quickly at the moment probably is vaccination, but also screening, testing, and treatment. This can also include educational interventions or behavioral interventions, for example. So why is economic evaluation so important? It actually helps to inform policy and decision making, but also risk management, payers, providers, such as hospital or clinics, patients, and many other stakeholders. And this is by evaluating certain events, managing current challenges, or planning for future risks or health risks. And it actually addresses one central problem, which is resource scarcity. So an economic evaluation or its results or the findings can actually help decision makers faced with choices concerning resource scarcity by revealing basically which intervention of the 2 or more result in the best outcome given the available resources. And again, the end goal is always to inform resource allocation and also the prioritization of interventions, often public health interventions that compete for funding if there's limited resources. So there's certain parameters that impact the methodological considerations. So the methodology for economic evaluation can actually vary. And this often depends on the decision makers that you may be doing the economic evaluation for, but it can also depend on national guidelines. And we do need guidelines for economic evaluations to improve transparency and comparability, but also consistency among economic evaluation or economic studies. So I've included a snapshot of the Korean guidelines for pharmacoeconomic evaluations. And what's important here is this is a comparison of the two last versions. So the first Korean guidelines for pharmacoeconomic evaluations came out in 2006. They were updated in 2011, and they recently updated in 2021. So now it's the third version of these guidelines. And basically what we're looking at today is what components or what features are recommended to consider when conducting an economic evaluation. And this is just a snapshot. There's many more components, but the slide was a bit too small. So for example, what needs to be considered is the perspective, and this is the topic of the presentation today, the perspective that we adopt for an economic evaluation, and the time horizon, how long the intervention will be, who's the population, what's the comparator. So if we have an intervention, what do we compare it to? And also obviously the costs that go into the economic analysis. So in this case, the Korean guidelines recommend that a healthcare system perspective is adopted. And when we look at the perspective, we also automatically look at the costing, because the perspective of a study actually determines the costs to be included in an analysis. So in this case, the healthcare system perspective recommends that we only include in the analysis direct medical costs. Compared that to the second version, non-medical costs were also included. That can, for example, include transportation costs or patient out-of-pocket costs. But now in the third version, we only consider direct medical costs. So just a definition of a perspective again. So the perspective is the point of view adopted when deciding which types of costs and health benefits are to be included in an economic evaluation. And these perspectives can differ, and they are, for example, a patient perspective, a provider such as a hospital or clinic perspective, a healthcare system perspective, as we've just seen for the Korean guidelines, or a societal perspective, which we will see in the next few slides. So this is another view. So we have all these different perspectives that can be adopted. And for example, societal perspective is the most wide one and covers basically costs from the patient, for the healthcare provider, for the healthcare system, and other sectors actually. So another snapshot of another guideline I included is for the UK National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, so UK NICE. And the UK recommends certain elements to be included also in their economic evaluation. And since today we specifically look at the perspective and the costs to be included in an economic evaluation, so the UK recommends to adopt a perspective from the national health system. So it's the same as Korea. We look at the healthcare system costs and the personal social services. So in this case, all the costs that fall on the national health system in the UK are included in the base case scenario of an economic evaluation in the UK. To have a comparison, this is the reference case for the Netherlands from the National Healthcare Institute. And here, the recommended perspective for an economic evaluation is a societal perspective. And this also then, like I mentioned before, determines which costs will be included in analysis. And for the Netherlands, then all costs on the healthcare system are included, but also patient and family costs and author costs on any other sectors, including, for example, productivity losses. So we'll be seeing more examples of that in the next few slides, but this is a big comparison of the guidelines. So why is the societal perspective actually so important? It's because it allows, as I mentioned, to capture, or it's actually expected to capture all relevant costs and benefits, irrespective of who incurs them, but that includes the costs that fall on the individual, such as out-of-pocket costs. It includes costs of the healthcare system, but it also includes costs and benefits that fall on other public sectors. And this could be education, the labor market, productivity in general, and many other sectors that will come in the next few slides. And actually in health economics, we define these costs that fall on non-health sectors as intersectoral costs and benefits. And a societal perspective is actually essential for public health interventions because these interventions are very complex by nature, and they target not only the individual, but also society as a whole. And public health interventions generate wide-ranging impacts. So they generate costs and benefits on different areas, on different public sectors, but also on different levels, on the individual level, the community, and the society. So the importance of accounting for these societal impacts of public health interventions with the focus on COVID-19, we've actually published a perspective in the International Journal of Technology Assessment in Healthcare when the pandemic started. So together with my research team, I wrote and published a perspective as we saw this as an opportunity to show where public health problems such as COVID-19 and infectious disease can generate societal impacts, and that there's a growing importance of capturing these societal impacts basically in health economic analyses. So in this article, we identified basically sectors that are affected by COVID-19, and the most obvious sector that comes to mind when thinking about the impact of COVID-19 is the healthcare sector. It includes medical costs relating to testing and treatment, vaccination, hospitalization, intensive care, any medical services and medical equipment, and this basically strained healthcare facilities and entire health systems, leading to increasing healthcare costs. So, however, the pandemic not only affected and involved the healthcare sector, but it also required a more whole society approach involving other sectors. So in addition to healthcare interventions, also some multiple social restrictive measures have actually been employed. And this included isolation and quarantine, physical distancing, social distancing, but also country lockdowns, school closures, business closures, and also constantly new measures to control the spread of the virus. So where these measures assisted in controlling the spread of the virus, they also led to other additional strains or risks or spillover effects, so effects and impacts on other sectors of society. And we identified several sectors actually, but this is not exhaustive. It's just an overview of very relevant sectors. But for example, that included the labor market and productivity. So many people have lost their employment, businesses had to close, people have been furloughed, etc. It also had spillover effects on the education sector. So with the interventions of school closures to reduce the spread of the virus, actually, there was a lack of educational attainment. There have been costs on the criminal justice sector, so reallocation of, for example, police staff and resources. But also what we've seen was an increase in domestic violence and child abuse that became less evident and obvious because of a quarantine and isolation and lockdown. There have also been costs on the housing sector. If people had lost their employment, there was a difficulty to pay rent, but also the consumption, obviously, with the closure of non-essential businesses, and also it had an impact on the environment. So to sum this up, it's actually more than evident that there have been broader societal impacts of COVID-19, and these are indisputable. It's also become evident that all of these sectors of society have a role to play in the response, which creates spillover effects to other sectors. And actually, COVID-19, as an example of a public health problem, demonstrates that the impact of such a public health issue is on different sectors and relates to other risks. And we specifically wanted to demonstrate how we can begin to assess the impact of a public health risk or threat or intervention on different societal sectors, which we've done with the categorization. So it had implications for decision-making and policy-making and risk management. So if we think about the costs to be included under a societal perspective, the inclusion of wider societal costs in an economic evaluation, for example, the inclusion of productivity losses under a societal perspective in an economic evaluation, can be more comprehensive and therefore also result in more comprehensive cost estimates. If we ignore wider societal costs in an economic evaluation under a societal perspective, the true total cost burden might be underestimated. And then some risk may be ignored when conducting an economic evaluation from a more narrow perspective. So for example, productivity losses may be ignored when there is a limited societal perspective. And this has an impact because these estimates of or these results from an economic evaluation can affect how resources and national budgets are actually allocated and also across sectors, and how certain interventions might be prioritized or not prioritized based on the cost estimates. It also had implications for research. So in the area of health economics research, for example, it is essential to adopt a broader societal or a broader perspective, and the inclusion again of wider societal costs in an economic evaluation may change the overall results, as I mentioned. And if we include them, this likely improves the information developed for decision makers or policymakers, as it can be more comprehensive and transparent. And if a limited perspective is adopted, so if there's a societal perspective adopted for economic evaluation, but this is limited to certain costs, then this actually has to be made transparent and be justified. Then I would like to shortly introduce you to a systematic review of economic evaluation that was published 2 weeks ago. So in this case, I conducted a systematic review of economic evaluations of interventions relating to another infectious disease or different diseases, and that's sexually transmitted infections. And so in this article, we explore whether economic evaluations of these interventions, and only those that adopted a societal perspective, so the widest perspective, whether they considered intersectoral costs, so non-healthcare costs and benefits in their analysis. And then when we identify these costs in this analysis, we then categorize those into different sectors. So then this was the categorization that we found. Out of 29 articles, basically we can see how many included patient family costs, how many included informal care costs, considered paid labor productivity, but also non-paid costs, so non-paid opportunity costs, so unpaid productivity, for example, and then education and consumption. So we found that studies actually captured all these different costs, but the majority, when they adopted a societal perspective, the majority then mainly consider paid labor productivities. In this case, 24 out of 29 studies looked at paid labor losses. In comparison, only 4 of 29 actually considered the inability to perform non-paid work. Only 1 looked at education costs in terms of school absence, and only another 1 looked at consumption. So we see that the costs included in an economic evaluation under a societal perspective, they vary quite differently. Many look at paid labor losses, some look at patient family costs, some look at education. So it's very different. And the difference in this study actually leads to heterogeneity, and this makes comparability across studies very difficult. What we also did as part of this research was we compared the cost estimates. So if there were studies that adopted a societal perspective, but also a healthcare perspective, they compared their results. And it was very clear that the inclusion of non-healthcare costs under a societal perspective resulted in more favorable cost estimates. So they might have moved from being cost effective to cost saving. And so this is important, as we can see that under a certain societal perspective, it can be limited to certain sectors, which has societal implications. So overall, the conclusion here was also, we do need to adopt a more comprehensive analysis and a wider societal perspective to improve information communicated to policy and decision makers, and be the most comprehensive in our analysis. As again, a more narrow societal perspective, if that is adopted, it has have to be made transparent and be justified. And now we're already at the end of my presentation. If you do have any questions, let me know. And otherwise, thank you for your attention and for listening. And this is how you can find me.
Okay, Lena, then let me ask a few questions
Yes.
on your presentation. First one is how do you identify the cost component? By survey method or by the group review, literature review? That's
Yeah.
my first question. The second question is about the culture. You studied in Poland and in UK. Do you see any cultural difference between 2 universities where you are studying?
So yeah, for the first one, it's true. How we identify is mostly, it depends on the perspective that we have, but there is systematic literature reviews on how to look at which cost components. If we have the healthcare perspective, we look at health claims, often where they're followed with an assessment, a questionnaire. For example, if it's patient and family costs, it's usually a questionnaire, and it's a self-reporting of which out-of-pocket costs were basically paid. Yeah, so this is how to identify, but it's often relied on also by previous literature. And also in this case, we're developing a cost classification framework, or like an overview like I just presented for this other one. So this can be looked at in terms of which sectors and which cost components. So that also is a bit more comprehensive and can help in the identification. And then for the second question, there are definitely cultural differences. There's lots of differences. The universities have, for example, a PhD is done. There's different guidelines. There's for a PhD, for example, there's different expectations. There's differences in communication, but it's a lot of fun. And I always say that it's the beauty of a joint PhD, right? That you get both views and you can compare, and yeah, you kind of learn a lot of things. So it's 3 different cultures coming together. Yeah, the German, the British, and the Dutch.
I see. Okay. Some years ago, I've been in Maastricht University for 10 days to learn the problem-based learning methodology.
Yes.
sent by my university. I was one of the
Was it
members
successful?
of the group.
Yeah, no, it's a very good program. I did my undergrad actually in European Public Health at Maastricht University. And I followed the problem-based learning approach, which is very helpful.
Maastricht University is famous for PBL.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And lots of other universities want to adopt that approach. Yeah. So I'm in favor.
Any other question from the audience?
Lena, thank you for joining us for 3 days in a row. Yeah, I saw you all day, every single day for the past 3 days. I really appreciate that. I just wanna briefly tell you about my opinion, not my just not a question, just my viewpoints about the first topic. Because especially in relation to COVID-19, I think it's pretty more like a black swan event, which is like an unknown risk, right? So I think in order to just respond to like emergency, like such kind of emergency, I think it's really difficult for governments to respond to this kind of emergency, or like or to minimize related risks, right? Yeah, this is just it came out just from my mind when I was just listening to your first presentation. Yeah, I enjoyed it so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, then if there is no more question on the Lena's presentation, let's move to the next presenter, Ms. So-Young Lim, on the Korean FinTech or InsurTech.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. It is great pleasure to present the 2022 KARMI, and I'm So-Young Lim, and I'm from Sungkyunkwan University, and I work as a researcher and as a lecturer at Sungkyunkwan University. And today I'm going to talk about some InsurTech trends in Korea. And I will start with some short introduction of fourth industrial revolution. And after that, I'm going to talk about a little bit about the fintech, and before talking about the InsurTech. And then I will move to the definition of InsurTech and some InsurTech trends in Korea. And so, as you may know, the first industrial revolution used water and the steam, and for the mechanization the production. And the second industrial revolution is some keywords is the electricity. And the third, the industrial revolution. The keyword is IT, and we we developed the internet services since the third industrial revolution. And the fourth industrial revolution, the keyword is ICT, and some technologies of industry 4 is some kind of this one, such as big data and Internet of Things and cybersecurity and blockchain and the other ones. And among the technology of industry 4, those 4 types of technology are the main technology of the fourth industrial revolution. And the first one is blockchain, and blockchain is some shared and immutable ledger that facilitate the process of recording transactions and tracking assets in some business network. And the second one is artificial intelligence, and I believe that all of you are very familiar with artificial intelligence, which is AI. And artificial intelligence is the ability of a computer to solve some problems on its own with the ability needed in the human thinking process. And the third one is a big data. And I think all of you are also familiar with the definition of big data, and you've heard a lot of things about the big data. And big data is some kind of the main characteristic of big data we can define in 3 ways. The first one is volume of the big data, and the second one is velocity. It means there's some speed of giving and downloading some data. And the third one is variety. It means there's some varieties of some data. And the fourth type of technology is the Internet of Things. And the Internet of Things is some concept of connecting any device to the Internet and to the other connected devices. And some examples are like Galaxy Watch or Apple Watch, and many insurance companies, they use the Internet of Things for some healthcare services and some health insurance. And fintech is some combination of finance and technology, and it means that adapting some technology to a financial section. And insurtech is one of the cases of fintech. And fintech, people believe that fintech can achieve high utilities for all of the financial consumers. And also for the financial service provider, fintech can improve some profitability. And if you see this picture, those are very old pictures, and we can explain the background of fintech as follows. This one. So in the early 2000s, we we started to use the internet, which is very old one, and with the development of internet, the e-commerce market was also expanded in Korea, such as Gmarket or auction. And with the expanding of e-commerce market, the electronic payment system was also developed. And in 2007, the American company Apple, they announced the first smartphone in the world, and this one is iPhone 3. And after the mobile technology, after the development of mobile technology, the mobile payment system was also developed. So this is some basic background of the fintech. So what is insurtech? So I'm sure that most of the attendees are very familiar with the insurtech.
The insurtech is some definition like insurance and also technology. So as you may know, insurance industry is one of the most conservative industry in a financial section. However, because in a insurance process, most of insurance process used to be based on some face-to-face paperwork. However, recently the insurance companies, they also try to adapt some technology systems to the insurance products or their distribution channels or some customer services systems. And so insurtech means that applying some technology that can change the business model of the insurance industry itself. So yeah, so here is some process of the insurance companies. And the insurance companies, they adapt the technology to the product development and some insurance premium rate calculation and underwriting, and also sales and marketing, and also contract management and etc. And those 6 are the main keywords of the insurtech. The first one is telematics. And telematics and UBI, this technology is mostly used in a car insurance. And the wearable device, this one is connected to the Internet of Things. And many insurance companies who are running the health insurance system, they use the wearable device for the healthcare services or some calculating the insurance premiums. And the third one is blockchain. And the other one is AI and big data. So the insurance companies, they use the AI. They mainly use AI for the chatbot system for the customer services. And also for the big data, they collect the future consumers' data. I mean, a lot of data from the social network services or website, and then they analyze about the consumers. I mean, how they can attract more consumers and how they can make some better product for the future consumers. And this picture shows global insurtech market, and there are a lot of insurtech companies in the world. And most of insurtech companies are some smart startup companies, and among all the global insurtech companies, almost 75% of insurtech companies from United States. And this table shows top 10 global insurtech companies in the world. Obviously, the first, obviously among the 10 top global insurtech companies, 4 companies are from United States. However, the #1 company is a Zhong'an Insurance company from China, and they, the Alibaba and the other ICT companies, they funded together, and then they make the Zhong'an mobile insurance company. And this one is so Zhong'an insurance company, they only sell their insurance products by online and mobile phone. And Oscar Health and Lemonade and Trove and Slice is from United States. And I will talk about some brief information about those insurtech companies later. And yeah. So in a global insurtech system, so many insurers, they use the insurtech for the distribution channel. So traditionally, insurers, they sell the insurance products using some offline channels such as agents or brokers. And in Korea, agent is much popular than the brokers. But as far as I know, in the UK, broker system is very big. And also, like some European countries, bancassurance distribution channel is very popular. And so the InsurTech, using the technology, the insurance companies, they sell their insurance products by mobile phone or website. And we can say that like there is some new InsurTech distribution channels such as aggregator or price comparison website. And also the traditional broker companies, they also adapt some digitalization. So the zebra is from United States, and this one is the aggregator company, I mean the InsurTech company. And when the customer, when the customer put some information about themselves and then they click it, the zebra they recommend some proper insurance products or proper insurance company to the customer. And also the other case is InsurFi, and this one is also it is very similar to zebra. So if you put your information and what kind of type of insurance you wanna buy, and why do you wanna buy this insurance or etc. And then if you put your information on this website, they also recommend some perfect insurance products or insurance company, and then you can click it, and then you can move to the insurance company's website, and then you can buy some insurance products by online very easily and very quickly. And there is also some examples about the digital insurer in the world. The first one is Oscar from United States, and they sell the health insurance product to people, and they founded in 2014, and in United States, most of InsurTech companies sell the health insurance products because after the Obamacare, the demand of the health insurance has been increasing. So because of that, most recent InsurTech, they mainly focus on some health insurance products. So the Oscar, they provide some healthcare services like non-face-to-face meeting doctor, and also they have some collaboration with a Misfit, which is selling some wearable devices. So every insurance customer who buy some insurance products from Oscar, they can get the Misfit's wearable devices. And if they are wearing these wearable devices collect some health status data of the insurance customer. And then the information is directly going to the Oscar company. And then the Oscar, they calculate the insurance premium monthly, and they use that kind of personal information for the underwriting system or the other insurance process. Yeah. And I will skip this one. And the other examples of some global insurtech company is Bima, and Bima was founded in 2014, and this one is Swedish digital insurance company, and they mainly focus on the developing countries. So they started their business in 2014 in Cambodia, And then now they are selling their insurance products to Southeast Asia or Latin America or Africa, some kind of developing countries. And they only provide some micro insurance products to the developing countries, which is the perfect, I mean, not perfect, which is the proper, insurance product for the low income people in developing countries. And they collaborate with some mobile, like mobile communication company, such as M-Pesa in Kenya. And they make some collaboration with that mobile operator. And then they sell their insurance, they sell their micro insurance products to the consumers in developing countries. And also they collect the insurance premium using some mobile phone. And this one is another some very big insurtech company in United States. And this one is called Lemonade, and they are some kind of unicorn company in America, and they use the AI system, the artificial intelligence system here, like Maya. So the AI, the AI robot teller, they recommend some proper insurance products, or when you have any questions about the insurance products or some insurance process or insurance claim process, some kind of that. And if you can, if you chat with the AI Maya, they can give you some solution. And also, and they are mainly focused on some. They are mainly focused on some property insurance. And the next one is Life, and this one is also American insurtech company, and they provide some on-demand insurance, and their main customer is the person who are learning some Airbnb business. So the insurance consumer can choose the short period of the insurance period that they wanna be covered. And from now on, I will talk about some Korean insurance market and also Korean insurtech cases. So if you see this table, these are some top 10 countries in the world by Swiss Re. And the Korean insurance market is ranked in number 7, and we say that the Korean insurance market is quite developed. And here, if you see here, when we see the Korean, when we see the development of insurance market, we see some insurance penetration and also insurance density. And here, the Korean insurance market is quite big market in the world. And those 4 keywords are some recent Korean insurance market keywords. And the first one is consumer trust, and the second one is ESG, environment, social, and governance. And the third one is digitalization. And the fourth one is MZ generation. So the many Korean insurance companies, they try to build some the trust between consumer and insurance companies, and they are still working on it. And the ESG is not only important in, it's not only the upcoming keywords in insurance market, not only insurance market, but also the other industry, and also digitalization and MZ generation. So why the Korean insurance market is focusing on some digitalization and MZ generation? So have you heard the word MZ generation? MZ generation is some kind of combination word like millennium generation and Z generation. So in Korea, we say that I mean, from the people who were born in from 1950s to 1970s, we say that they are baby boomer generation. And in this, I mean, in this period, Korea was, I mean, in this period was just after the Korean War. So I mean, many Koreans believe that education is very, very important for the successful life. And so because of that, in that period, some insurance companies, they try to sell some education, I mean, the insurance products for the consumers. And the next generation is X generation. And then we move to the MZ generation, people who were born in, I mean, after 1980s. So why insurance industry is focused on some MZ generation? Because MZ generation is growing up exposed to various digital environments such as smartphones or computers, and since they were very, very young. And so insurance industry, they try to target by some classifying as potential consumers. So they try to use some digitalization for the insurance companies. I mean, the insurance claim process or insurance buying process or distribution channel or etc. And also they launched a lot of mini insurance. I mean, I made some mistake here. Mini or small insurance, and it is quite a similar concept of the micro insurance. However, the micro insurance is only focused on some low income people. However, small or mini insurance is not only focused on some low income people. The product is quite, I mean, they covered quite simple risk, and also the consumers, they can buy the small or mini insurance in a very short insurance period. And the subscription process is very easy. And also insurance premium is not very high as the normal insurance product. And also in Korea, recently platform companies such as Kakao or Naver, and they enter, they try to enter in an insurance industry, and they try to expand their business area in an insurance area. So for the digitalization, so in Korea now, the big tech companies is promoting their digitalization and also non-face-to-face channels. And as I mentioned before, big tech companies such as Naver and Kakao, they enter in the insurance market. So in the past, they only, I mean, like compared to US, US, they in US, very big, I mean, the US very big tech companies such as Google or eBay or the other companies, they already have been doing the insurance business like more than 5 or 6 years. However, the Korean big tech companies, because of the legal or regulation, I mean the regulation, because of the regulation, they just started to enter the insurance market. And in the past, they only do the other financial sections business, such as some banking system or mobile payment system. And also, mostly, I mean, in Korea, most of the insurance products was sold by agent system, and also, I mean, like a face-to-face system. However, recently, some insurance companies, they try to use some AI chatbots for the distribution channel. Yeah. And this one is the list of innovative financial services, which was designated by the Financial Service Commissions. And I I made a table from the, I mean, since 2019, the financial service commissions, they designated the list of innovative financial services, and it is the only list. I mean, it is the list of insurance area, and since 2019 and now 26 cases of insurance companies or some startup company. So the 26 cases of project was chosen by the Financial Service Commission. And if you see here, most of projects is some kind of travel insurance and some on-demand insurance product, and also some insurance payment system, and also some e-coupon system, or the other one is car insurance system, such as, and also AI insurance roboteller, which is mainly focused on some non-life insurance product. So, and the recent issue about some insurtech in Korea is the big data. Using the big data about the public health data. So because of some regulation, it was not permitted to use some public health data system, and they still have some issues about using the public health data. However, this one, the insurance industry believe that if they can use the public health big data, it might be very helpful for some healthcare services, and also some improving the health insurance system. And the not only life insurance companies, but also non-life insurance companies, they are care about some digital healthcare services. So why the insurance companies, they are they focus on some digital healthcare services? Because they believe that digital healthcare services can be connected, not only insurance products, but also the other industry things. And also after the COVID-19 situation, people believe that preventative healthcare is more important. It's very important. And after that, some life insurance companies, they launched some healthcare platforms. And this one is the healthcare platform, which is called The Health, from Samsung Life Insurance. So The Health is not only the Samsung Life Insurance consumers, but also the other people. They can download this healthcare platform from the App Store, and these healthcare services provide some information about some exercise and meals or some mental care services, and this one. So if you put your information about the survey questions, they provide some recommendation of some exercising. And if you're following the video, the AI system will analyze your position and give you some feedback. And yeah. And about the mirror is when you take a picture of what you are eating or what you have been eating, and the AI camera will also analyze your health and mirror nutrition. And this one I will skip. The Hana Life Insurance companies, the healthcare application is very similar to Samsung Life Insurance application. Here, yeah. And from now on, I I put some the cases about the innovative financial services of the Finance Service Commission. However, I think Professor Che already mentioned about the cases of some Financial Services Commission. So I will briefly talk about it. So this kind of on-off travel insurance from the non-health non-life insurance company, and also this switch insurance from bank seller. This kind of insurance is using some GPS services and like using some Internet of Things. This one is some on-demand insurance products, which is the insurance premium is not very high, and also the person, the consumers, they can choose the period that they wanna be covered. And yeah, and this one is Smartphones Insurance and Permine Insurance from Carrot Insurance company, and they are a non-life insurance company, and they mainly doing some mobile technology things, and then they do some collaboration with SK Telecom, and they are doing some like pay as you drive insurance system, and using UBI or using telematics technology. And also AI insurance Roboteller is some non-face-to-face customer-facing system, like consulting and about some insurance claim process and etc. And this one is insurance mobile gift card cases from Hana Life Insurance and Kyobo Life Insurance. And also you can buy some like gift card from the KakaoTalk, which is similar to WhatsApp or WhatsApp. You can send some mini insurance products to your friends or your family. And this one is also a very similar one, and I'll skip this one. And yeah, okay. And though this revision of the Insurance Business Act is related to some InsurTech system, and okay, so I will conclude a summary of my presentation today. So the sales scale of InsurTech investment is much smaller than that of banking-related fintech investment. However, the InsurTech is growing rapidly. And now real-time data of insured can be used to calculate the insurance premiums using some smartphones or wearable devices. And with the InsurTech, the insurable risk has been expanded, and also the measurement of risk became very accurate. In Korea, most of the InsurTech system is focusing on non-life insurance product, and also acceleration of big tech companies entering InsurTech is some kind of issue. And also there is however, there's some issues remains about the government policy and also consumer personal information protection. And yeah, this is what I prepared for today. And thank you again for listening my presentation. And yeah, thank you. If you have any question or any comments, please let me know. 네, 잠깐만요. 어떻게 하지? 괜찮아. Okay, any questions from the floor? No questions?
I'd just like to give some comments or my viewpoints based on what So-Young said regarding insurtech. I mean, like insurance, although insurance market is very, very developed in Korea. Insurance industry inherently like a heavily regulated in Korea. But I think theoretically speaking, that deregulation can increase competition, thereby incentivize innovative products as well as like a quality assurance. Though like compared to other like developed countries, like Korea might be slightly behind, but still like as Professor Mancho said, like a Professor Mancho, right? Mancho from KDI school said, we are kind of late, but also still we are not too late. I think based on based on the So-Young's presentations, we've seen like so many innovative services utilizing the many different technologies and including like AI, blockchain, etc. So So-Young's case studies highlighted the importance of the regulatory direction for the market and potentials. Yeah. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Now we move on to our last presenter, Despina Macario from University of St. Gallen. So hi Despina, how are you?
Hello, Bonnie. Very well, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
I'm so great to see you, and I'm so thankful you are happily to just join this conference. So Professor Despina is going to talk about a random forest-based approach for predicting spreads in the primary catastrophe bonds market. So Professor Despina is from University of St. Gallen in Switzerland. She recently graduated LSE in London. Yeah, and also we used to study together at KAS Business School, now currently known as Bayes Business School. Am I correct?
Yes, that's true. Thank you so much, Bonnie. It's an honor to be here with you today. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful. Today I'm going to present a scientific paper in the area of catastrophe bonds, bond markets. This paper is published in the Insurance Mathematics and Economics journal, and it is a joint work with Pauline Berrier, my primary supervisor from the London School of Economics, and Yining Chen, also from the London School of Economics. The outline of the talk today is start with introducing the topic of catastrophe bonds, then saying a few words about the motivation behind the study, defining the research question, then formulating the problem and the goals of the quantitative task that we have been trying to solve, saying a few words about our contribution, and then we will present the data that we have been using in the study, as it's an empirical study, the methodology, and we will close with the results and some comments. If you have any question, please feel free to interrupt me even within the talk, and yes, it's better everything to be understood from the beginning. So we will talk about catastrophe bonds today. It is a financial instrument whose payment is contingent on the occurrence of a catastrophe risk. By catastrophe risk here, we mean both natural catastrophe events such as hurricanes, wind, earthquakes, but also man-made disasters. They are normally used as an alternative to reinsurance, as a way to, as an instrument that would help those who issue it to gain more risk-bearing capacity. And it is a very attractive instrument for the investment community because it normally offers the possibility to diversify a portfolio, because normally the occurrence of catastrophic events are not really correlated with movements in other financial markets. And also, given the nature of the risk that's being securitized, which is a catastrophe risk, it's a risky event, it offers high returns to the investors. So this combo of diversification and high investment return is something that makes this market extremely attractive. Having said this, this market is mostly over the counter. So it is an illiquid market, like, so it's not that everybody can participate or that there are too many transactions. However, like it has been, the size has been increasing steadily, and at the moment it stands at more than $34 billion in terms of valuation. The catastrophe bond structure is as following. We have three parties. The first party, which is called sponsor, it is normally the person or the entity who wants to have some coverage against the occurrence of a catastrophe risk. So what they do is that they want to transfer like this risk into the capital markets. This does not really happen automatically. That's why we have a second party, which is a special purpose vehicle designed specifically for this purpose. So what happens is that the sponsor enters into a reinsurance contract with a special purpose vehicle by paying premiums to the special purpose vehicle, and the special purpose vehicle is responsible to pay back for losses in case a catastrophe occurs. But now the question is, where does the SPV finds the money to pay? So what the SPV does is that takes the risk and sells it to investors, so transfers the risk to the investment community. The investors need to pay in advance all of the money that they would be needed in order to cover the insured catastrophe risk. The SPV keeps this money safe into a collateral account. And of course, like for the fact that the investors have prepaid in advance all of the money, like SPV pays some return to the investors. I would like to discuss a bit about the differences between reinsurance and catastrophe bonds. So because they are used for the same purpose, but they are quite different. So reinsurance normally as a product is used predominantly to cover the actual amount of loss that somebody would suffer, the insured would suffer. So they are written on an indemnity basis. In catastrophe bonds, this is the case also. However, there is a much more broader spectrum of options. So risks can be written also on the parametric basis or semi-parametric basis, etc. The term is also a difference so between the two types of products. So in the reinsurance, we normally have short-term contracts renewed annually. With catastrophe bonds, the term is a little bit longer. So normally they are issued for 3 to 5 years. Then another difference is with respect to credit risk. So reinsurance normally does carry an element of credit risk because the initial insurer is always responsible to pay back to the insured. The catastrophe bonds, however, do not really carry any credit risk because, as we discussed earlier in the structure of the cat bond, all of the money are given in advance into the SPV. So there is not really credit risk involved. Also, in terms of transaction cost, reinsurance is normally a relatively cheap instrument to use compared to catastrophe bonds, which has a lot of legal costs, and there are many parties involved in the structuring of these products, as we understand. So the transaction cost is quite high. And lastly, the underlying philosophy is different. Reinsurers in the reinsurance normally, when it's written, like the reinsurer holds this contract up until the end of up until expiry. Whilst with catastrophe bonds, an investor could either hold until the maturity of the bond, or they could sell it in the secondary market. Something important for understanding the study later is to consider what is the notion of catastrophe bond price. Unlike traditional zero coupon bonds, where if you know the initial the size, like of the deal, you know the price. Like with cat bonds, is quite different. We do have 3 types of prices. Like we have the launch price. This is before the cat bond is issued. Parties come together and start negotiating, start looking at, okay, every risk which is securitized is quite unique. So it may not, it may be the case that there have not been historically another transaction in the past similar to the one that somebody would want to issue. So always there is a process like an auction where investors would and sponsors would discuss about potential prices. And at this stage, the price may be different for every investor because the price is not yet set. And then we have the primary market price, where a particular price has been agreed, and this is the price at issuance. And of course, secondary market price, where a bond which is already issued is resold. Of course, the secondary market price may be different from the primary market price. It's subject to fluctuations. The motivation now behind our study is that there is not really what we call in financial mathematics market. Like so it is an illiquid product. We cannot really use traditional no arbitrage arguments in order to do the pricing here, because there is not an underlying portfolio of similar assets that we would use in order to do the pricing. So pricing is quite challenging. The majority of previous works have shed a lot of light into the pricing of cat bonds, but they have been having a very explanatory flavor. So they have been trying to explain what are the key factors driving the spread, but in causal terms. However, what we have found out of the discussions with participants in the industry is that what is really needed on the daily basis for a business is to be able to predict what should be the price of a new catastrophe bond at issuance, given the fact that there may we have all of these complexities. The price is really subject to negotiation. The risks can be very unique, etc. Also in this study, like we tried to address some literature limitations relevant to adverse to the natural selection, how the variables have been selected. Also, we tried to capture some interactions. So we tried to address generally some limitations in previous works. And also this research is important because we see that there is a consistent market growth. We see that the market grows really rapidly. And also, since we want to do a prediction-oriented study, we wanted to utilize recent developments in machine learning.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, Despina. I'm so sorry. I just want to clarify one thing. Yeah, so here, what do you mean by no market? Does it mean there's no physical market, or the transaction is done through like over the counter, like OTC market? Or
what I mean here, it is that it's over the counter. Majority of transactions happen over the counter. So the market, there is no market as in a stock market. And not just a physical market overall. I meant mostly like from normally in order to price a financial security, you need to use to have some assets that you can use as a baseline. Like this is not really the case in the catastrophe bond market. So you cannot really use the traditional techniques for pricing instruments because of this purpose.
All right. Okay. Clear. Thank you.
Thanks. So the research question here is that we wanted to build a flexible model. So the idea, when I say flexible, is that I mean a model which is able to capture interactions, to capture nonlinear relationships in the data. Yes, like, and then the other goal was to predict, the main goal is to predict the spread of a new catastrophe bond at issuance. So the idea is to build the model using past data, test the performance on some new data, with having as upper goal when a new catastrophe bond is to be issued, to be given some characteristics about these new catastrophe bonds and some information regarding marketed conditions. Of course, there are some random effects elements as well in the model, and the model to be able to predict what the spread of these new catastrophe bonds should be. Of course, like as a goal, we want to achieve to do the predictions in an accurate and stable way. By accuracy here, I mean like to have low prediction error. And by stability, we mean that no matter what dataset we use to build the model, we want to always be getting quite accurate results. And also, we would like to find the drivers for the prediction of the spread. On this, I want to say a few words because it is trying to explain the drivers of the spread can be quite different from trying to find what are the drivers for the prediction of the spread. And the difference lies on whether the idea is to explain things about the underlying data generative process or not. In our case, what we want is just to see what are the factors which, if we know them, if an investor or a sponsor knows that these are the important factors, just by having these factors, they would be able to predict the price accurately. So we do not really try to draw any causal relationships here. We care purely on prediction. So I wanted to verify this. And now let's formulate our problem. So we start with the catastrophe bond dataset. So we have n capital input-output pairs. The input here, xn, is indexed by dimension. This is an element of RP. In reality, the X here represents characteristics of catastrophe bonds, such as what type of risk they are covering, or in which location, etc. We will present the dataset later. And the output, it is what we call price, like the spread of the catastrophe bond, which is a real valued scalar variable indexed by example number n. And what we will use is we'll use a random forest algorithm to find a function, its ensemble, to predict the new catastrophe bond spread given a new catastrophe bond input as accurately as possible. And we will try also to evaluate the importance of each of the inputs of X in predicting the spread. And later on, we will try to evaluate how stable our results are, subject to random subsampling of the whole dataset, because we said that we want to have a model that no matter what data we're using, we're still able to predict well. Our contribution now is that we are focusing on we are doing research purely on predictive framework in a catastrophe bond market, which to the best of our knowledge, this has not been done before. We're trying to identify whether there are any synergies between the two modeling philosophies. Here it is to predict or to explain, because the previous literature has been focusing mostly on explanation, on causal, on studying the causal relationship between the price of cat bonds and various factors. Also, we happen to have a very comprehensive data set. Effectively, it is the full population of catastrophe bonds issued within the period we study. We have added some industry relevant variables in the study as well. And we have been using for the stability, from stability perspective, a method which has been used for first time in a financial application. And we are also performing a stability analysis, which was not something readily available in the R packets that we have used for a random forest. Now, with respect to our data, we have collected data from some industry participants. So the data enabled us to the information included the price of a catastrophe bond, and the predictors were some catastrophe bond characteristics and some macroeconomic factors. Because we wanted the time period that we chose is between 2009 and 2018. This time period is quite important because of 2019, it was the restart of the catastrophe bond market after 2 years of low activity post the financial crisis. So Lehman Brothers have been involved in many of these securitizations before the crisis. As a result, some investors had their capital locked. So for 2 years after the crisis, the market was not as active, but then some legal changes happened, and the collateral structure of this instrument changed. So that's why we chose to start from 2009. Then with respect to the choice of the variables, since we have a predictive study, we care about the prediction. We wanted to make sure that every explanatory variable or every feature that we're using here is available at the time of the prediction. So we should use variables that the investor would be able to know at the time, that would want to know what the price of the new bond should be. So here, as we can see, we have the size of the, as an example, the size of the cat bond, the trigger. So what type of how is this coverage activated? The location, the peril of the risk, which is insured, for how long the catastrophe bond is live, the expected loss arising out of this cat bond, the probability of the investor losing the first dollar loss, the rating of the bonds, including whether it has been rated or not rated, the risk modeling vendor that has been used for the modeling for the calculation of the expected probability and the attachment probability, and the coverage type showing whether a payment will be made in strings or it is about one-off payment throughout the catastrophe bond life. And then economic variables, of course, we know that we have hard and soft markets. This is also the case in the ILS market. So we have used the return on line index, which shows the general level of return in the insurance-linked securitization markets. Then the issuance year, in order to capture any other random effects that we did not capture in our model, and the BB corporate bond spreads, because it has been shown by previous literature that it is an important factor even in the cat bond market. And now with respect to our methodology, we're using a supervised machine learning method called random forest, which is effectively an ensemble of randomized trees. We have here some reasons behind the model specification. Firstly, random forest is considered one of the most successful machine learning algorithms, being able to resolve quite effectively the trade-off between overfitting and prediction accuracy. Also, as a method, it has a number of aspects that could help overcome some of the limitations presented in the cat bond literature. It is a very flexible method in a sense that makes no assumption about the underlying generative process, meaning that even in case we have linearities, it's being able to, non-linearities, it's being able to deal with this. Also, the building blocks of the method are regression trees, and as a result, the random forest is reasonably robust to outliers. This is very important in the cat bond market because every there is a high degree of heterogeneity, so every transaction can be very different from another. So effectively, that you would say that you have observations we may appear to be like not like outliers, but yes, each observation may be an outlier because it is there is not homogeneity in the market. The idea is to transfer unique risks. So the method is able to deal with this type of observations. And also due to the tree structure of the method, the variables are considered in a way that allows to capture interactions between variables without needing to specify them explicitly. And of course, another important thing is that the method allows to derive some variables importance measures in a predictive framework, and it's also fairly easy to implement. Now I will give a small description of the model. The first step in the random forest generation process is something which is called bootstrap sampling. In particular, we start from a data set, we take samples with replacement, and each of them has the same size as the original data set. Then the second stage is to build the regression. So from each bootstrap sample that we see here, we built one K regression trees using standard recursive partitioning process, but with some smart twists that randomize the procedures. And then at the end, we aggregate all of these trees together and we get the final outcome. With respect, since we want to build a model which predicts well, we want to have some measures to evaluate how well the model predicts. So here we do this in two different ways. First of all, we want to see whether our model predicts well on a temporal basis. By temporal basis, we mean that we want to see that if, for example, we have built our model using information, let's say from 2012 to 2014, how well we are doing at predicting a catastrophe bond which is issued in 2015. So we have been doing some multiple cycles of operation where we were using first, let's say, 2012 to 2014 as a training set, and then we were using the next year in order to see how well our model predicts. And then we would increase the size of the training set, incorporating an additional year, and then seeing what's the prediction accuracy. And then we also assess the no-temporal prediction performance, which means that no matter the time, we want to know if the model predicts well. This is very important because imagine that you may have some periods in the cat bond market where there are not changes. Let's say for many years there has been a soft market and there are not really many changes. Then the time element is not really important. And also it is, this model could also help in case that there is no really, an investor may not have data for a particular transaction because these transactions happen over the counter. So by being able to predict well on a non-temporal basis, a company would be able to use this algorithm in order to fill in missing values in a database. So we did also various robustness checks, of course. And then we also assessed the performance of a random forest based on stability. So how well it predicts subject to random sampling. So what we did is, as a first step, we did this 100 times. We randomly split the data into two non-overlapping data sets. We grew a random forest in each subsample. Then we compute the out of bag R squared for sample A and sample B, and we took the absolute difference. And then we took the average across all trees. So with respect to the predictors importance evaluation, we use the ranking. We wanted to be able to rank the variables in terms of their importance, and we used two techniques: the permutation importance technique, which is relevant to basically it uses a prediction performance measure, which is the mean squared error, and the minimal depth importance, which uses more the structure of the tree. And then we also assessed the ranking stability of the two methods. With respect to permutation importance, we said that it's tied to a particular performance measure. What we do is that we first of all train a random forest, and we calculate the mean squared error. And then for every single predictor in the study, so we start permuting the value of one predictor. We build again the random forest, and we get another mean square error, and then we calculate the difference, and we take the average. And a large value of this measure has high importance. So the idea behind this measure is that if the particular predictor was important, then by changing its values randomly in the data set, it should cause a very big change in the prediction accuracy of the model. So if this doesn't happen, then we have a small importance for this variable. If it does happen, then we have a high important variable. With the minimal depth importance, we have a concept which is closely related to the tree structure. So the minimal depth is a non-negative random variable, takes values from 0 up until qk, which is like the maximum depth of the cave tree. And here, small value signifies high importance. The idea behind this method is that when you're building your trees, you start in this node here, in the root node, you have all of the observations, and then you start asking questions to go left or right. So if a variable is chosen to make a split at the very beginning, it means that it's more important because it has been chosen as ideal when in a node where most of the observations would lie. So a predictor would be the most important if you would have the value 0, and then it would mean that it would be used as a predictor to split the root node into 2 at this point. And then here you would have a predictor who would have a predictor who was chosen to split this node. It would have it would take the value 2. And depending on how many nodes you have, yes, like the minimal depth importance grows. And also we did some additional robustness checks, like how sensitive is the random forest to missing predictors, or how well the stability of the random forest is compared to other open source data sets. And here is some of our results. First of all, on the non-temporal prediction accuracy results, we used as a benchmark the linear regression model, which has been the most successful in the literature before we did our research. So as we see here, the random forest achieved higher prediction accuracy, non-temporal prediction accuracy. And this is consistent for various performance measures. So here we have used the out of bag. So this means that we have used as a test set the number of observations which were not used to construct the tree. Then we use the 10-fold cross-validation and also the leave one out cross-validation. And we see this consistency that random forest performs better than linear regression across all of these measures. And then with respect to the temporal prediction, when we take into account the time of the prediction, as you can see here, like at the beginning, we used the trend set as a train set, observations between 2009 and 2010, and we used the 2011 and we used the model to see how well the model predicts the 2011 price. And we see here that basically, on average, we do get a higher prediction accuracy of the random forest, but there is a lot of variability. However, in some years which have been quite challenging for the market, we do see that the random forest performed better. So then with respect to stability, we report here the minimum absolute difference with respect to the out-of-bag based R-squared, the mean and the maximum as well. And we see that generally speaking, our method predicts quite stable, no matter what data set we are using. Because in reality, in the market, if you just had like a 6% as a maximum, 6.9% as a maximum deviation from the price, it wouldn't really be a problem in such a market, in the financial concept. And then with respect to the predictor's importance as the stability results, we saw that the method which is based on the tree structure is more stable in predicting the top, second from bottom variable, and last two variables in terms of ranking. So here we present the ranking of the variables for the most stable method. So we see that the most important predictor of catastrophe bond spread is the expected loss and the attachment probability, followed by the general market conditions in the insurance-linked securitization market. And the least important ones are is the risk modeling company that is used to calculate the expected loss, and also the coverage type of the bond. With respect to how well our random forest is handling missing variables, and this was also a way to assess how well the model captures interactions non-implicitly, is what we did is that we took from here this ranking, which was the minimal depth ranking of importance, and we started removing sequentially the variables. So we started from removing the most important variable, which was expected loss, and we recorded what is the prediction performance of the model. Then we added up the second most important predictor, and we did the same. And we followed the same rationale up until we had just one variable left, and we wanted to see at which point will our model collapse. So we do see that the random forest is by far more robust than the benchmark of this, and we could be able to capture interaction. And closing, I would like to say a few words about the industry application perspective. This model could be used both from the sponsors, those who want to issue the cat bond, and the investment community. For the sponsors, it is an important model because, as we said before the bond is issued, there is not really a guideline of what the price should be. So what the sponsor does is negotiates with investors, get some feeling, some idea, and there is some price guidance, range of values that the price could be lie within. So by using this algorithm, the sponsor would be able to see whether, based on past experience, on past transactions, the new catastrophe bond would have a price that it would make sense for the investment community or not. And if this would not be the case, then it would be a risk management tool, like to show that, okay, it may be better to look not for cat bonds, but for an alternative vehicle to transfer the risk. And from the investor's perspective, this algorithm could be used very effectively to identify overpriced or underpriced bonds, whilst they are on a roadshow. And with respect to research extensions, here we did not really take into account what other securities investors hold into their portfolio. So a margin portfolio contribution could also be interesting. Here we also showed that the random forest is capturing implicitly with interactions, but we could do more work on that to understand exactly how each variable is interacting with another. Also, we did not really take into account the collateral structure here of the bonds. So nowadays, things in the past, during the time period we examined, the collateral structure was quite stable. But now we see that there are some new types of bonds that they use different collateral. And also the effect of secondary perils which are not so which in the past were not considered that important. With climate change now, they become important. So it would also be good to focus on this. So this is the end of the presentation. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm very happy to answer.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, Despina.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, is there any question from the audience? Any questions? Okay, well, let me ask you just a couple of questions. Actually, you know, Despina, I'm very much a beginner of learning all these like machine learning programs, and also like cat bond is a very though we just learned from the schools, but I was not really, you know, I'm not really familiar with all these, you know, ART, alternative risk transfer, and the cat bond is one of those, right? Yeah. Anyway, so it was very interesting to analyze the prediction of the cat bond using this new machine learning technique. Was very interesting. Well, so just just one simple question, just one or two simple questions. First is how large data yours you used to, you know, give more like a prediction power, you know, when you're using the machine learning. Also, I mean, like I'm you know, like is it always also second? My question is my second question is and also another question is that is random forest I mean prediction power wise, is random forest is always higher than like a linear linear regression, or it just it volatile depending on the data volume or like you know, variables you use? Yeah. And also yeah, sorry, and then my last question is also what program would you recommend, like what kind of machine learning program would you recommend to use as a beginner? That was my question.
Thanks so much. Actually, they're all very, very nice questions. Starting with the data set, we had around 950 observation points. This is a lot for the cat bond market, but not a lot in terms of how big the data can be nowadays. However, this was one of the reasons why we also use random forest, because some algorithms are better than others in being able to work with fewer data points. So in our case, we tried also some other algorithms like neural networks and regression, and we did not really get such a good performance. So generally, random forest is a method that can be used in fewer data points. It's not that it is as important as in neural networks to have a lot of data points. Then going to your second question, the reason why we can only compare the prediction accuracy of a model for a given data set. So this was the reason behind, that's why this is a wonderful question. This was the reason behind the fact that we did a lot of stability checks, and we were changing the data set that we were using to build the model again and again, doing random subsampling, because we wanted to see whether random forest in our context, within our type of data set, is better than our benchmark model, which was linear regression, or not. And it has been most of the times. So when you address the prediction accuracy, you can always do it for the data set that you're using. You cannot generalize about
all right, okay, thank you,
whether it is a good or a bad model overall. And third question with respect to the packages, the programs, I use the random forest package. This has been in our studio. This has been the main program for random forest, the oldest. but exists. So, and it has a lot of features about calculating the variable importances as well. However, it does not really have built-in the stability check. That for this part, I built this part of the algorithm myself. So in this package, you will only be able to build your initial model and then find the optimal values for the hyperparameters of the model, do the prediction, and then get some importance results. But yes, you do not really get the stability checks.
Right. So you use the other programs to just verify the stability, or?
Oh no, I wrote code myself, so I built the algorithm myself to do it based yeah.
Okay.
So we have a very small computational contribution.
Okay. Right. Okay. Any other questions from the audience? I think everybody's tired.
After the long day, yes.
We've been having this conference for the past 3 days. Everybody's been really tired, I guess.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I enjoyed it so much. And if I have any questions, I'll email you or just message you.
Yes, please.
Whatever. Okay. And please help me to figure out how to just structure, the build, the modeling, and everything, please.
Sure.
Thank you so much. And
thanks.
Yeah, and this is the end of the 2020 KARMI conference for this year. I hope everybody enjoyed and enjoyed much. Though it was very, very tight and very intensive like a schedule. Anyway, we look forward to seeing you again next year, and thank you everybody for the participation, and yeah, and goodbye. Thank you.